and Blue Jays are just about ready to get this game underway. Carlos Carrasco will be going for the Tribe. Jaime Garcia will be going for Toronto. This is a makeup game, a makeup doubleheader from the weekend of April 14th and 15th between the Indians and the Toronto Blue Jays. And this first game was scheduled to be played, I guess it was 15th and 16th. This game was scheduled to be played on April 15th, which was Jackie Robinson Day throughout Major League Baseball. So that's why we'll be celebrating it this afternoon. All of the players will be wearing Jackie Robinson's number 42, which has been retired throughout Major League Baseball. You always say you don't know the players without a scorecard. Today that wouldn't even help.
Well, no, because everyone will be wearing number 42. That's right.
And they've got the cool socks too, the high socks, specially designed for Jackie Robinson Day.
Yeah, you know, I think it happened one other time before, Matt. We were rained out on Jackie Robinson Day, had to make it up, and we did. We revisited Jackie Robinson Day that next time we made up the game, and rightfully so. So there you'll see. Number 42 is going to have a good day today. I could guarantee you that.
There's Andrew Miller and Lonnie Chisnall, a couple of guys trying to make their way back from the disabled list for the Indians. Miller getting closer and closer. Hopefully, if all goes well, he'll be activated before the weekend is through in New York. Lonnie Chisnall still a little bit further away, according to Tribe skipper Terry Francona. Carlos Carrasco finished his warm-up tosses. He's already made his way into the Indians dugout, so as soon as he jolts out onto the field, we'll be ready to get underway. Toronto comes in 17 and 13 on the year as you take a look at Jaime Garcia, who will start for the Blue Jays. So almost identical records between the Indians and Blue Jays. Toronto 5 games back of front-running Boston in the AL East. Red Sox are 22 and 8, but New York has been on a roll. They've won 11 of 12, and they're 2 games back at 20 and 10. And then you have the Toronto Blue Jays, followed by Tampa and Kevin Cash's club. You know, they've won 7 out of 10, and they're only 3 games under 500, so they're still hanging around as well. Cleveland leads the AL Central, 16 up, 13 down. They have a 3-game lead over Detroit, 4.5 better than Minnesota, than the White Sox and Kansas City, bringing up the rear. Carlos Carrasco, Rick, if you just throw out the games he's had against Seattle, he's had a heck of a start to his year, but Seattle has beat him up. They've scored 10 runs against him in 8 2/3 innings. Yeah,
they put a damper on him, and they gave him his first loss. As a matter of fact, in his last start, that stopped that string of 10 consecutive wins for Carrasco. Decisions, I should say, as Carlos is going to run out and take the mound. We can tell you he is going to be our Northern Ohio Honda starting pitcher this afternoon. And Carrasco trying to come back and regroup after that start against Seattle, because in that start he was only able to go 3 innings. He gave up 5 runs. He gave up a couple of home runs. And his problem in that start, Matt, he wasn't throwing strike one like he normally does. He was falling behind the count, and for whatever reason they hit him hard, and he just didn't have it that day. But at home he's 2-1 with a .350 earned run average. Last year he beat Toronto. In his career he's 3-1 in this will be start number 6.
The starting lineup for the Toronto Blue Jays under manager John Gibbons looks like this. Curtis Granderson is in left field. He'll lead it off. Josh Donaldson activated. He's actually the 26th man today for Toronto. He'll be at third base, batting second. Then Teoscar Hernandez, followed by Jan Hervis Solarte. Kevin Pillar in center field bats 5th. Russell Martin hits 6th. Then it's Kendrys Morales, Steve Pearce, and Lourdes Gurriel hitting 9th.
And the defense brought to you by Jeep. For the Indians, it's Davis in left field, Zimmer is in center, Geyer over and right. It'll be Ramirez at third base, Lindor at short, Eric Gonzalez gets the start at second, Encarnacion is at first, Yan Gomes behind the plate.
Mark Carlson calling the balls and strikes. Chris Siegel is at first, Jerry Davis, crew chief at second, Pat Hoberg down at third.
And this is the same crew we just had in the last series. They just happen to spend the overnight.
Yeah.
They'll be working the doubleheader.
And so we are ready to go. underway. Pitch up high, ball one. .73 degrees, our game time temperature under cloudy skies. Rain delay of just under 2 hours. Granderson has good power for a leadoff man, always has.
Well, he just always puts up a quality at bat and still rolling. Here we go with Carrasco. Look at this changeup. Clocked at 91, a little harder than normal. That's usually 87, 88. It's 91 this afternoon.
Up and away with a fastball at 95. Well, I guess you could look at Carrasco coming into today's start a couple of different ways. One, you could say, well, he didn't go that deep in the last game, so maybe there's a little more energy, maybe a little more velocity than normal.
Yes.
Strike three on a check swing. One down. The other way you look at it, Arch, he left his last start and then intimated in the post-game conversation, and maybe Andre can chime in on this if he's down there, and that is he had some tightness in his back, you know, and it was something that he wasn't sure how it was going to affect him going forward. He said he would take it day by day. Knock on wood, so far it looks fine.
Yeah, he said he's felt fine the last 2 days. He said he slipped on a step over here by the dugout coming off or going back on the field after throwing on the side. He says he feels fine, but I know that's something the Indians will look at closely early in this game.
Josh Donaldson. He had some right shoulder issues that put him on the disabled list April 11th. But certainly, this guy is a key guy for the Blue Jays. When you talk about power, production, presence in the lineup.
No doubt this guy is very good, but his problem has been staying on the field.
Yeah.
But you talk about this Toronto team, home run leaders. You know, Toronto right-handed batters on that team have hit 30, and this guy hasn't been in the lineup, so think how many more they would have hit if he's in there, which is third best in MLB ratings. And the Indians, on the other hand, left-handed batters have hit 24. They're first in all of baseball as far as the home run goes, so this is a predominantly a right-handed hitting team.
1-2 is in the dirt, evens the count. Teoscar Hernandez waiting on deck. And Carlos Carrasco with the 2-2. Swung out and missed. He struck him out, and he's punched out the first two.
Comes back with a very good slider. Take a look at it on our Nissan pitch tracker. It started off the plate and it finished even a little bit farther, but he was able to get Donaldson to chase that. He missed it by a bunch. Looked like Carrasco had a little trouble with that landing foot in his last delivery, but he got the strikeout.
Rick, when you look at Toronto offensively, and it's not that most teams aren't going to fall into a similar category, but they seem to be fairly extremes. In their 17 wins, they're averaging 7 runs a game. In their 13 losses, just over 2 runs a game.
Yeah,
I mean, that's really night and day.
They've been struggling. I mean, you know, they've what 4 and 7 out of their last 11 ball games. So yeah, and that's what happens. You quit scoring runs, or you're not hitting with runners in scoring position, and that's how you run through streaks like that.
The 1-1. Hernandez had a good rip, but fouls it straight back at 96 miles an hour from Carrasco. They were shut out yesterday by the Twins after winning the first 2 games of that series. In fact, in their previous 3 games, all wins, they scored exactly 7 runs in all 3 of those games.
That's a pretty good chance you're going to win a ball game. Toronto has a very good pitching staff.
The 1-2 down low.
They're 6th in the league in ERA at a 4.15. Cleveland is 4th with a 3.71 as a team.
2-2 to Hernandez. In the dirt and a full count. Cookie trying to strike out the side here in the first. Payoff pitch off the end of the bat. And drifting back, Edwin Encarnacion makes the catch. And the Blue Jays go 1-2-3. Cookie fans a pair. The Indians are coming to bat.
Time for Jaime Garcia, who will be the Northern Ohio Honda starting pitcher for the Blue Jays. And in his career, he's 0-2 against the Indians, both coming last year. They roughed him up in this ballpark last year. He's a typical 4-pitch mix, a couple of the fastballs, the curveball, slider, and a changeup.
Francisco Lindor in the leadoff spot today. And he takes a strike.
He will try and sink it and get the ground ball. He throws that most of the time, a 4-seam fastball.
Popped him up on the infield. Solarte, the second baseman, makes the catch. Rest of the Indians starting lineup brought to you by Progressive Insurance. For Tito today, it will be Rajay Davis following Lindor, then Jose Ramirez back in the lineup. Michael Brantley DHing in the first game of this double dip. Edwin Encarnacion at first, then Yan Gomes, followed by Brandon Guyer, Bradley Zimmer, and Eric Gonzalez, who starts at second base for Jason Kipnis. And Rajay fouling it straight back.
Garcia, he had a no decision in his first start of the year. He won his next 2, and then he has lost his last 2. One against the Yankees, one against the Rangers, where he just went 5 innings in his last start.
Good pitch, and it's 0-2.
Yeah, that was a changeup on the outside part of the plate.
A dead fish changeup.
Yes, indeed. It sort of disappears, or it dies at the end.
Up high. Is he one of those guys that you want to almost think, wait back, take the other way?
Yeah.
Because otherwise you'd be out in front too much.
That pitch he just threw Raj is to set it back up. You know, his strength out there tries to get you to pull the ball, and then try to, you know, there's that little slider down and in. He'll try to get you to swing over, and sometimes rush that fastball in to try and jam you if he knows you're looking away. Good take. Oh,
checked it. They said he went around. Rajay drops his bat in disbelief.
He thought he saw it, and he had a pretty good read on it. That's a back foot slider, the one he wants you to swing over the top of. And let's take a side look and see. Well, personally, I didn't think it was quite far enough, but they called it.
Jose Ramirez with 2 down. All the fireworks yesterday, and he was getting a day off, not part of the action. And he's been one of the best offensive performers thus far. 7 homers, 16 runs batted in. And that's after just an awful first week of the season for Jose.
I bet you he wishes he was playing yesterday when you see the ball flying out of here like it was, blowing out to right field. Ball was carrying very well, probably is the best it has all year.
No doubt. Breeze today doesn't appear to be as big a factor as yesterday, but what we do have is going to carry the ball out toward right and right center field.
Like that?
To right field, but not deep enough.
Took the sting out of it.
1, 2, 3 go the Indians, and we are scoreless after 1.
Live at home or on the go with MLB TV. Your subscription includes MLB At Bat Premium, allowing you to watch live baseball on all your favorite supported devices. blackout and other restrictions apply.
Yangervis Solarte will lead off for Toronto here in the second inning. He's got 7 home runs, 15 driven in, 4 doubles. He's got a base hit to left. Indians had a shift on. He just slapped it the other way. First hit of the day for Toronto. Take a look at our storylines. They're brought to you by Wayside Furniture for Carlos Carrasco, looking for a bounce back effort after the short start against Seattle. And the Indians trying to build on that offensive momentum, if there is such a thing. They really pounded the ball yesterday. And for the second straight day, a left-handed starter on the mound.
Left-handed starter, it's still nice and warm. The only thing, it was just delayed by a couple of hours today.
Here's Kevin Pillar, batting .324.
You know, you look at this Toronto team and you talk about ups and downs, man. They're 14th in the league. Actually, the Indians are ahead of them when it comes to batting average, but they're 3rd in the league in runs scored with 156. 3rd with home runs, tied with the Indians.
0-2. Pillar is hitting 7 straight.
And hot, 11 for 24. He has really picked it up as an offensive player since he first came into the league.
Leads Toronto in hits, batting average, doubles. Swung out and missed. Carrasco has struck out 3 of the first 5 hitters this afternoon.
This is a really tight slider here by Carlos, and just the bottom falls out at 85, and that's a tough one to lay off. And right-handers coming into this ball game against Carlos hitting just .206. He can be tough on you.
Here is Toronto catcher Russell Martin.
Aggressive hitter on first pitch.
Solarte has only attempted 1 stolen base this year, and he was caught. Off-speed pitch just missed inside for ball 1. Martin is the. So this is interesting to me. Last year he led all catchers with 47 walks, which, I don't know, does that tell you catchers aren't real patient?
Yeah, they like to hit.
Yeah. It doesn't seem like a lot of walks.
Out of 15? Yeah, 15 teams in the American League, yeah.
I don't know if that meant in the Toronto notes it just says all catchers. That could be the all of baseball for them.
Wow. Now that
sure.
would surprise me. There's got to be, well, that's interesting.
Catchers like to hit. I mean, you just nailed it on the head. But nobody sees more pitches than they do behind the plate all day long. Oh, he rockets this one deep center field. Zimmer's back, and it is gone. Now Russell Martin got into that one, his 4th home run of the year. And Toronto takes a 2-0 lead. His 8th and 9th runs batted in on the year.
Boy, he put a good swing on that ball, and it took off into right center field for Martin. It will be his 4th, and let's see if it's the fastball. It is. And it stayed right there, about belt high, and said hit me, and he certainly did. Toronto draws first blood.
And that brings up Kenry Morales. And the Blue Jays DH, swing and a miss.
Carlos gave up a couple of home runs in his last start to Seattle. And that's number 6 on the year that Carlos has given up.
We've talked a lot about how the Indians offense has lived on the home run ball. The pitching staff, on the other hand, has given up the highest percentage of runs to homers in all of baseball. That's 60 home runs they've allowed and 117 runs via the homer. So
yeah,
nobody else has given up more than 49.6%. The Indians are over 50. Doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad thing, as long as you're not giving up those 3-run homers or too many of those 2-run shots. You give up the solos like Corey Kluber did yesterday, and you can work around those.
Yeah, I mean, that's one swing of the bat. There's no rallies. You don't put many hits together, but you get a quick run on the board. But you know what? That's what happens when you throw strikes. You don't walk people. You may give up a few more home runs. The key, like he says, make them solo shots.
Percentage of runs allowed via the homer. Indians
so
over
half
50.
the runs, yes. Well, we showed you Kluber yesterday when he made that start. He had before the game gave up just 11 runs, and 8 of them have come off the home run ball, and he allowed 3 runs yesterday, all home run balls. So that's a difference.
2-2 to Morales, and he whacks it to left field, and Rajay comes in to grab it.
Hit that one right on the nose.
2 down. It also speaks, maybe in a more general sense, of the way the game is being played now. I mean, guys are looking to hit home runs. They're trying to elevate the air.
Yes, they are. That's why the strikeouts are around, and that's why the home runs, will go up.
Home runs are up, hits are down, strikeouts are up. Not surprising.
That's the first time ever in a calendar month that there were more strikeouts than hits in the history.
Yep.
That they can. So that tells you right there that it's all or nothing. And we got into this conversation, what, maybe 3-4 starts ago about the pace of play and the action involved. We went 10 straight minutes without a ball put in play because of strikeouts or foul balls or something like that, or a walk.
Yep.
Right. You know, pitchers nowadays, they have to throw more strikes if you want to stay in a ball game. You see a lot of young pitchers come up to the big leagues, and they'll be right around 100 pitches in 5 innings. Because they don't learn, because they're afraid that you have to throw strikes if you want to pitch deep into a ball game at the major league level. And I don't think they learn enough, or they pitch long enough in the minor leagues, down there to get that pitch count up, because it's a much tougher game up here.
Yeah.
To try and get your 18 outs or how many you're going to get.
A nice piece of hitting right there by Steve Pearce. He pulled his hands in and was able to muscle that ball into left field.
3 hits in the inning now. Well, check it out. Let's watch his hands as he's going to come in. Gomes sitting away, and that was just a lazy breaking ball there. That helped him. That sped up the bat. And then he dropped his one hand off. So, yeah, that's because it was a breaking ball. I don't think he would have got to a fastball in there like that.
Pearce getting the start at first base. Justin Smoke is not with the team. He's on paternity leave. That brings us to the number 9 hitter in the Blue Jay lineup, Lourdes Gurriel. Carrasco blew through the Blue Jays in the first inning, struck out a pair. But here in the second, 3 hits, a couple of runs already on the board.
Little pep talk from Gomes right there. You miss your spots a couple times, and hitters get you.
Outside. 2 balls, no strikes. Fouled off the foot by Lourdes Gurriel. Uh-oh, that ball's hammered high and deep to left. Back goes Rajay looking up. It is off the wall, high off the wall. He plays it well, and that's going to keep Pierce from scoring. He has to stop at third. Gurriel is into second base with a double. Well, now that's 4 hits in the inning for Toronto.
I thought that ball was out of here, and it comes off the top of the wall where Davis played it very well, or a run would have scored. There's another off fastball up that he pounds off the top of the zone, and one hopped right into Davis's breadbasket, and that's enabled him to keep Pierce from scoring. This is normally not a Carrasco effort either. 4 hits in an inning, but when you look at him throughout ERA per inning, normally the big inning is the first inning where he had a 750 earned run average. 3 he settles down in the second, 4.5 in the third. So if you're going to get him, you better get him in the first 3 innings, because after that he settles down to about a 1.3 clip from the 4th inning on.
Well, top of the order, Curtis Granderson. Big at bat early here for Carrasco, because you don't want Toronto to get off and running offensively. As I said, when they win, they score big, averaging 7 runs a game in their 17 victories. Can be like a feeding frenzy for this lineup. Down and in, 1-1. And the 1-1. He checked it. It's just off the plate. Just looks off, Arch. He's just not sharp.
He wasn't his last start like this, Matt. He's fallen behind. Normally he's a guy that typically pounds the strike zone. And now he's, 17 balls, 24 strikes already. Second inning, 41 pitches. That's not a Carrasco outing. He's missing his spot. I don't know if it's anything mechanically. You see him out there kicking out his landing spot. But this is going to be a tough pitch here.
Yeah, he just walked him to load the bases for Josh Donaldson.
Batting now for Toronto, Josh Donaldson.
Carrasco knows as well as anybody. I mean, the game could get out of hand early right here. Granted, Donaldson's missed some time.
This is the Toronto team that what they do, they hit very well with 2 strikes. And we've witnessed that on this homestand. Seattle was a team that did that. You can see Donaldson with the bases loaded. Carlos really needs an out badly here. Keep it a 2-0 game.
Slow chopper towards third. Ramirez will have to hurry. He unloads. Got him. So Carrasco gets out of a bases-loaded mess to end the inning. But Russell Martin has put Toronto on top 2-0. For the Indians, Michael Brantley, Edwin Encarnacion, and Yan Gomes due up. Jaime Garcia worked a 1-2-3 first inning with a strikeout. He had to sit quite a while there. It was a long inning for Carlos Carrasco. Toronto sent 8 men to the plate before he got out of a bases-loaded jam. Brantley swinging the bat well.
Yeah, when doesn't he?
I was going to say that shouldn't be a surprise to any of us.
It is not. He's hitting 267 against left-handers this year, 8 for 30.
He has 11 hits on the homestand.
Yeah, I was looking at that when we had some time here before the rain delay. This could be our 19th home game if we play 2 today. You know, and we're just turned the calendar to the month of May. That's darn near what 20% of our home games.
You said it earlier. We went from having the fewest home games to almost having the most.
I was looking at that, and we will. I mean, today.
How about that? Oh, snared at second by Solarte. Off the bat, it looked like Brantley had a line drive base hit, but no.
All right, good swing.
Edwin Encarnacion had himself a day yesterday. How about not 1, not 2, but a 3-homer afternoon. And they were all tattooed.
Well, you know how guys get, the home run hitters usually when you get rolling, they come in bunches. Like he told Andre, everything going to be all right.
Backs away, ball 1.
Yeah, that was coming off a left-hander. We told you, and going into yesterday's game.
Yeah,
you know, he only had 2 hits off left-handed pitching all year long.
You wonder too, for a home run hitter, a true power hitter like he is, if a day like yesterday truly gets you going, or if it's just, hey, it was just a good day and you move on.
Well, it certainly gets his mind going in a positive frame of mind. You know, where it looked like he was, you know, balanced at the plate.
Sure, you said it. I mean, you see him hit the ball the other way.
You see him go that way. You know, that's when a hitter gets locked in, when you start taking good pitches, and you know, usually good things will happen. Look at how quick that swing is. I mean, He's feeling much better.
Garcia able to get it by him at 2-2.
Yes.
Chased one in the dirt. Second strikeout for Garcia, 2 down. Player profile brought to you by Live-In Furniture. And Jaime Garcia, somewhat well traveled.
What you think? He, you know, he pitched for 3 different teams, 3 different starts.
In the blink of an eye.
Yes, he did. Pitched for Atlanta on July 21st. Then it was Minnesota. Then he went to the Yankees. In New York, though, he did not get a win. 0-3 in 8 starts for the Yanks.
Here is Yan Gomes. You know, I was talking about the fact that Russell Martin led all of baseball last year with 47 walks from the catcher's position. And, you know, you think about how that translates to a guy like Yan Gomes. Remember, he wasn't walking at all there for a while.
Would he have 9 walks?
Yeah, and then he started to take his walks and suddenly started.
Everything starts, yeah, taking care of itself. You take what they give you.
He's having a good homestand, and this might be the kind of run offensively that can carry him for a while too. 5-game hitting streak.
Well, he's been hitting the ball with authority. Even some outs have been allowed line drives. I mean, that he's hit at people, but that you can't get frustrated with that.
2-1. Out of play, but as Tito has mentioned, this is not going to be a one-catcher team. He wants both guys to play. He needs contributions from both guys. So Roberto Perez is going to continue to get opportunities, even though offensively he has just really been unable to get anything going. He's mired in a funk, period. The 2-2. But you hear sometimes, I didn't miss by much. You hear bullpen pitchers sometimes complain, boy, if you don't pitch well, you get sent to Siberia out there in the bullpen, and the manager doesn't use you, and so that can make you lose your confidence as much as anything. But from an offensive standpoint, Terry Francona's maintained Roberto Perez is still going to. He's going to play. You're not going to just sit him on the bench.
Right. Well, you can't do that. You got to fight your way through.
3-2 hit high and foul and out of play.
It's time to send out some birthday wishes. Frank Wurzbacher, Maslin, turning 100 years old. Yeah, special happy birthday to you. And Ann Castor is turning 95. Happy birthday to you both.
Couple of great days. 95 and 100. Again, the 3-2. And it's low, ball 4.
Walk. 2-out walk.
Yep.
First one for Garcia today. Down 13 on the year.
Down to Andre.
Talking about Yan Gomes and just the success he's had at the plate this year, and maybe I'll ask this question rather than tell it. The one thing that talking to the coaches they like about Yan is that he hasn't changed his batting stance. He's stayed with the same stance, kept that balance. Now, Arch, probably because he's had success late last year and early this year is probably part of that. But that's something that they've been working on with him for a while. Just get something and stick with it, and it's working for him right now.
Well, he looks very balanced at the plate because he's taking really good swings. Doesn't look like he's out front of anything.
This guy looks pretty balanced too. Brandon Geyer, left field deep. Granderson back, gonna make the catch just shy of the wall. No runs, no hits, a man left. After 2, it's 2-0 Toronto. And more immortalized here at Progressive Field out there
last
in
May,
Heritage Park.
I think it was May 23rd that they had the induction for that plaque and for the statue right there for Frank. The game's first African-American manager.
Teoscar Hernandez. Rick, it was a different time, obviously, in 1975 when you came up. Did Frank ever, was there any ever conversations about his place, about being the first African-American manager, about what that entailed, what it meant to him?
Well, just the media would, you know, they would bring it up. But, you know, with him, it was just baseball. You know, let's play the game of baseball. He was good enough to finally get a job he wanted to manage. And no, to answer your question, no, I think that they made more of it because he was the first. But he, you know, he was a pioneer. And then after him, Larry Doby went over to the White Sox.
Lindor throws out Teoscar Hernandez, one down. Was Doby coaching with the Indians ever when you were playing?
When I was in spring training in '74, when I went to spring training, Larry was down there, yes, and I got that's where I got to meet him and play for him in spring training, or him on the coaching staff. What a guy he was. What a nice man. And then he ended up going to the White Sox and then I'm not quite sure what year he got the manager's job over there.
Swing and a miss by Jan Hervey Solarte. I thought it was interesting. I don't remember it as a kid watching, but you had Frank Robinson as a player manager.
Right.
But Tommy McCraw was a player coach.
He was also a player coach. Yes, he was. He coached first base. He could play. He could DH.
How about that? He has slapped one down the left field line for the second time today. This one will result in a double.
Well, if you're going to pitch him away and he does that, I'll tell you what. Let's see what they do the next time up, because it's 2 straight times now that he's been able to slap a ball down the other way. And that's where you go. That was a changeup, I believe, unless it was a 2-seamer. Fastball.
Didn't look like that's where the Gomes wanted it originally.
Well, it's been like that all day. He hasn't been able to locate it. And that was a changeup. But, you know, if you take a changeup that way, they may have to adjust their defense or pitch him differently. You're leaving stuff up out over the plate. That, to me, wasn't a good pitch by Carlos.
Kevin Pillar takes a pitch outside for ball 1. He struck out his only time up in the second. The 2-0. Wow. He's just off, but he's off. And give Toronto hitters credit because they're not helping them out at all. And when it counts 2-0, you don't have to. You can sit there and be a little more selective. And that time it's called a strike, but barely caught the inside corner. .30 out of 53 pitches for Carrasco have been strikes, but that's the problem. 53 pitches already, only 1 out here in the 3rd inning. And remember, he only went 3 innings his last time out. He's trying to work out the kinks, but trying to do it against a lineup that can do some damage. They can put up crooked numbers on you if you're not careful.
Yeah, that's the thing. And that happens sometimes. He's got to fight his way through it and try and locate and get outs when he has to. He has 1 out here. See if he can come back and get Pillar.
He checked, he did not go, and it's ball 4. So 2 on, 1 out. And now Russell Martin coming to the plate. Injury report brought to you by the attorneys at Elkino. Randall Gritchick has a knee injury. Troy Tulowitzki, that's been an issue for him now for a while. That goes back to spring training. And Justin Smoke, as I mentioned earlier, is on the paternity list. Russell Martin drilled one out of here to center field just over the Indians bullpen in the second inning, and looks at ball 1. And this was a problem Carrasco had last time. He's usually strike 1. He gets ahead of hitters, and he just cannot do that here today. Not consistently anyway. Two and 0.
Yeah, you can see it's a struggle. It's a struggle for him today trying to get there. He's working at those sliders. He need a good low fastball to get one on the ground. Falling behind hitters. He was just like this in his last start. And that's why he did not last long against Seattle. They were swinging it very well.
Two and 1 to count. Toronto, even though Carrasco got out of a bases loaded mess in the second inning, their average with runners in scoring position is a very good 264 as a team.
Well, he got help on that pitch. That umpire, that ball was inside. He got some help. Go back in there if he's going to call it.
He does. He gets the call. 2 and 2.
Not where you want that slider hanging. I think Martin might have been looking for it away. But he's back into the count. 2-2. Fellas is at 4 2-0 counts, a couple of full counts, and he has bounced 7 out in front of home plate.
2-2. In the air to center, Bradley Zimmer will make the catch. Tagging and going to third is Solarte. Oh my goodness, he did a header into the bag, and he may be hurt. Holy smokes.
What happened? Did his knee stick into the ground? Yeah, he's.
Oh man. He's hurt, folks. He went face first right into the dirt in front of the bag.
And the key, he didn't even have to slide because they were throwing to second base.
No, looks like he's going to be all right, but he may be dazed.
There's no question he is.
And not to mention he's got to spit out some dirt that he probably swallowed.
I mean, he did. I mean, it wasn't even coming. Why did he have to go head first? Oh, man. He never got his hands out in front. There was really no reason to slide. And he went face first. You're right. That was a face plant. And he is dazed. No question about it.
He might have bloodied his nose. Wow.
Not a good slide. Nose and teeth.
Toronto training staff out taking a look at him. They're taking a look at him like the fight doctor would check out a guy in the corner.
Just watch. His arms never get out in front. They stick. And then his face went right down into the dirt and he fell on it and he just rolled over. He's lucky he didn't snap something. That's not going face first. How I almost broke. I did not almost. I broke my back in Seattle on the turf in the sliding pits. It was wet, moister than this, and they went to slide at second base. My knee stuck, and I flipped over the other way. You know, not face first, but and it popped my a vertebrae in my back. Yeah, that's not good. That. You know, I didn't get to see it, but I'm sure Rivera was telling him to stay up. I don't think he was telling him to slide.
No, there was no reason to.
Because the throw was going into second base. He had to do that on his own. But his hands got caught out here. He didn't get him out front to take the blow away from it.
All right, 42.
Watch, let's see.
Louis Rivera.
Louis is out there. Look at. He didn't say anything. He let him slide. He should have been telling him to stay up. He didn't even motion anything, Matt. You know, normally they tell you to get down. Now maybe that's his style, coaching third base. If you don't have to slide, he just lets you come in there.
And from that angle, it's hard. He might have been just telling him, "Hey, you're up right here."
That angle, that's tough. But you know, a lot of times you'll see guys say, "Okay, stay up," or if they want you to slide, they're pointing to the ground.
He wants to stay in there, and they're gonna allow him to do that.
Look, he's got a new mustache now.
Bloodied but unbowed.
I think he's going to take some abuse for that slide, to be honest with you, from his teammates.
Yeah, once they find out he's okay, then it will be unrelenting harassment from his teammates.
He may be having a face mask on his helmet the next time we play him.
They'll get one of those hockey goalie masks and put it in his locker tomorrow. Well, first and third, 2 down. Kenry Morales, the batter. Carrasco a chance to catch his breath, try to get out of this inning. He dodged a big bullet in the second inning, getting out of a bases loaded jam. Trying to keep it a 2-0 game. Swung on and missed, and it's 0-2. Two on, 2 out, 0-2 pitch is a little low.
I saw just before that pitch, Mike Sarbaugh in that Indians dugout, moving Lindor over from the second base side to just get over on the right field, or just beyond the other side of second base.
Sometimes a step or two can be all the difference.
Absolutely right, it can.
Swung on and missed. Carrasco took care of it himself. Down and in with the pitch. Strikes out Morales. The Blue Jays strand 2 more.
Best seats at the best prices. You'll save big over single game prices and get exclusive perks. See Indians.com for the details.
Bottom of the third, Bradley Zimmer, Eric Gonzalez, and Frankie Lindor for the Indians. Tribe down 2-0. Still waiting on Yanhervey Solarte, who was probably getting some more medical attention in between innings, and now here he comes. Probably trying to clean him up as best they could too.
He won't be sliding face first anymore.
I mean, he's wearing it from everywhere. His own teammates, Indians players. Bradley Zimmer leading it off. Jaime Garcia, 2 innings, has allowed 1 base runner. Zimmer was thinking about a bunt. And now the third base umpire, Pat Hoberg, signals that he offered at it, and it's a strike. One ball, 1 strike. Julio Teheran flirted with a no-hitter for the Braves today. Took it into the 7th inning with 2 outs. Former Indian Asdrubal Cabrera broke it up. No matter, Atlanta crushed the Mets 11-0.
Playing pretty well, aren't they?
Yeah,
you have a 1.5 lead now over the Mets.
They've won 5 in a row. And the Mets, like Toronto, have dropped 7 out of 11. Ooh, close pitch. And it's 2-2.
Calling the high fastball, that's for sure. There it is. I know Martin brings it down a little bit, but that's just a hair high.
He chased that one. Martin will have to throw him out. And he just does. 3rd strikeout for Garcia, 1 away. Our great clip of the game from yesterday, Eric Gonzalez with a 3-hit performance, 4th time he's done that in his career. Earns him another start here today. He was a home run shy of the cycle. Kansas City leads Detroit 6-5 in the 5th inning at Kauffman Stadium. 1-0 pitch and a smash right back up the middle, and Eric Gonzalez is red hot at the plate. I believe that is 6 hits now in his last 10 at-bats. Let's go down to Andre, because we were talking yesterday. There was a 24-hour deadline for the Indians to decide what they were going to do about Gio Urshela.
And the Cleveland Indians are going to use all 24 hours of that time to make a decision. They didn't want to make a decision before today's contest because they said if someone got hurt or something happened, they didn't want to be left red-handed, not have either one of the guys. So, and it looks like Eric is taking advantage of the situation at this point in time. They're going to make a decision by the end of today, but Eric Gonzalez, as you said, keeps hitting the ball, and Gio did not hit the ball that well down in Columbus, so I think the decision is being made on the field right now.
Well, we'll find out. We'll wait to hear officially. Chop to 3rd. It's over Donaldson's head. The shortstop, Gurriel, with a terrific effort, but Lindor beats it out for an infield single. That shouldn't have even been a play, but he almost threw him out.
I'll tell you what, he didn't even sniff second base. He thought one play only. I got to get it to first base. And I mean, once that ball hopped, he got rid of it quickly, made a quick, accurate throw. Wow, what a play. And, well, I didn't realize this. He still looks like the Pierce came off the bag anyway. But he was safe. But it was a tremendous effort there on Gurriel's part.
Well, now Rajai Davis. Raj struck out his only time up in the 1st. And Raj takes a called strike. Slowly chopped to short. Gurriel to second for one. That's all they'll get. And there are two down as Lindor is forced out. And with Houston, or with Toronto leading it 2-0, Jose Ramirez will be coming to the plate. The fly to right is the only time up back in inning number 1. Coming into the homestand, which seems like a long time ago, right?
It was.
The Indians as a team were batting .189 with runners in scoring position. On the homestand, they batted .279. Most of that in the last 3 days.
I was going to say that Texas series certainly helped out.
How about 15 for 46 in the last 3 games?
Yeah.
Stat of the game brought to you by Buick. Jose Ramirez red hot in his last 19 games, raising his average from .61 to .270. Rajai Davis takes off and he'll steal second base without a throw. His 6th steal on the year. That'll give him 400 now in his career.
What a nice milestone that is. Congratulations. That's hard to do. 400 stolen bases. And they didn't even draw a throw. So now base hit to tie this game up.
Francisco Lindor and Michael Brantley each have 8 hits with the runner in scoring position. Ramirez right behind him with 7. A hit here would knock the score, you would presume, at 2 apiece. Right field, dropping. Hernandez coming in, can't get there, but the first baseman Pierce with a nifty over-the-shoulder grab to retire the side. Indians strand 2, and after 3, it's 2-0 Toronto. Hour rain delay. It's another beautiful day at the ballpark. 3 in a row here at Progressive Field, where it feels more like summer. So far, 2-0 Toronto as we head now to the 4th inning. Matt Underwood, Rick Manning, Andre Knott, and joined now by Jensen Lewis as Carlos Carrasco looks to get things turned around here. First inning, he looked sharp, struck out a pair. Second inning, ran into some trouble, gave up a couple runs, got out of the bases loaded mess, but he just looks a little bit off. What does that mean when I say he's just a little bit off?
I was listening to you guys, and I think tempo, just he looked a little bit slow, and that can certainly affect release point, command, all those things, and you saw that in the second inning. Elevation that we're not used to seeing with the fastball from him, and that's happened the last couple of times. But I think with him, he reeled it in really well that last inning, starting to get back up to form.
So when you say slow, are you talking about the actual pace of the delivery?
Yes. That was good. Much better. He's got just it's a little variance, Matty, when he's between on time and then just a little lethargic. I mean, it looks like he's feeling for it. And then these last couple innings, these last couple hitters, he's dialed it back up.
He was like this against Seattle as well.
Yeah.
He was behind. Normally Cookie's a strike one throwing machine, but today hasn't been very good. He's really been battling.
And that evidenced in the pitch count as it soars to 68. Leading off here this 4th inning, Steve Pearce had a single in the left field. His only time up in the second. Grounded towards third. Ramirez can set and throws him out, 1 down.
Take a look at the Mo's here, boys, and you look at the fastball, the slider, and the change today. Start off with the heater. I mean, good backspin on it, nice diving action down, and that one is picture perfect tempo-wise, Matty. But then you look here at the breaking ball, you see the dime spin in the back, a little quarter out front, nice tight slider, down and away to Donaldson, and then the changeup. I think the turbo change today. See the horizontal rotation on it, late break down and away from the left-handers. That's been a money pitch for him, and when his timing is right, as it has been this last inning or two, then he's right where he needs to be.
Trying to get himself a little deeper into this game. Last time out, he only went the 3 innings. Lourdes Gurriel, he doubled to left his first time up. Gurriel, his family is considered baseball royalty in Cuba. His dad played for a long time. He was a coach of the Cuban national team. He has an older brother who played almost 2 decades in Cuba. And of course, Yuli Gurriel is with Houston, and he signed a huge contract when he came to the United States. The 0-2. This ball drilled to center.
I'll tell you what, he can hit. He's like his brother, and I'll tell you, he made a nice play out there, although Lindor got a base hit. So he's 2 for 2 today. He almost hit a home run back in the second inning off the top of the wall. There's a little slider. See, that's about like a backup slider. That's not where he wanted that one.
You can see it just kind of comes off the side of his hand there, and that's just a mistake, just a lack of execution right there. That whole family rakes, by the way.
Yes, they do. Top of the order, Curtis Granderson struck out on the first, walked in the second. When a slider backs up on a pitcher, is it anything more than it just comes out of your hand funny, or is there something else mechanically that goes wrong?
It's too early of a release. So instead of releasing out front, you're kind of back, as Arch was talking about. When it backs up, instead of having full extension with it out front, you're kind of back towards the ear a little bit. So you get that spin action, that cement mixer roll to it, and that's what happens staying up in the zone.
Now, too quick on the trigger.
Yeah. For him, too, when he's got good fastball arm speed with everything, and Arch, you kind of hit on it, when he's got that first pitch fastball, that getting ahead strike, I think for him, that also equates to when you watch the whole body work, and he's really getting out over that front leg. Today, he looks like he's just feeling for it. There's times he's got it, and then times that he doesn't.
Could that be any situation with his back? He said he had a little back issue in his last start after he came out.
It could be.
He can't get out in front.
Yeah, it could be, and that would also indicate why pitches are up in the zone. You're used to having that good feel and that good finish out over in front, and right now, just not that consistent that we've seen in the past.
Indians have a 3-man shift right side of the infield for Granderson. Up and away, 3-0.
Yeah, Grant, you have to throw Granderson strikes, man. He's a patient hitter, always has been. He doesn't stray from the strike zone too often. He ended up walking him last time to get Donaldson with the bases loaded. He was able to get out of it.
That's not a fire you want to play with very often, though. And he comes back, gets a strike.
3-0 Hacken. It's a good call. They went with a changeup instead of a fastball.
I love that pitch. And we talked a couple weeks ago, guys, about the BP fastball, and in that count right there, even you could back it up right here again, Arch, too. Still a hitter's count, but you want to try and get that ground ball.
(3-1) missed away.
Two-seam fastball there, I think.
So 2 on, 1 out, and Josh Donaldson 0 for 2 coming to the plate.
It's a situation now, if you're Carrasco, you know you're in the heart of this order, second, third time around. For him, I know you can see the body language. You can see him fighting himself. Right here, you just got to let some petrol eat, you know, and just let your body work a little bit.
To that point, does it ever enter into your mind? I mean, you're looking at the scouting reports. This guy hasn't played in a while. Does that mean anything to you, even though with his great track record and history?
Yeah,
absolutely.
Sure does. He's been out. His timing's not going to be there. He hasn't had the at-bat, so he wants to get up there and hit. He's
attack,
aggressive.
right?
Right.
Yeah. That swing, now that tells you a heck of a lot more, as you were alluding to there, Matty, where you're trying to get that first couple of pitches that seems like it's there. But Arch, you know, I mean, that's repetition. When you're in it 20, 30 games in a row, now you're seeing it in those couple of inches you can lay off a little bit more.
Yeah, that's true. You don't jump right back in and go right back to the style you're used to.
Oh, he might have caught a break there.
That's
Donaldson doesn't like it.
I'll tell you, there's a couple of pitches that have been, he caught breaks on the inside part of the plate. And I said, if you're going to get that call in there, there's nothing wrong with staying in there.
It's another backup.
Because the hitter knows there it is.
Yeah, another backup slider there. You saw where Gomes wanted that pitch down and away. Got to be careful here.
The 0-2. That one was a hanger, and he got away with one there.
Well, that's what happens when you're ahead in the count 0-2. You know, that hitter just can't sit, but he gets away with a mistake. Again, Gomes, you see that hands down here on the backhanded side, and Carlos is trying. He just can't do it. He can't execute.
Gomes actually looks a little frustrated.
Well, you know, I don't know. Maybe they're afraid to throw him a fastball in and just to take him off that pitch away.
You would, because of what's leaked back over the plate thus far. I get it.
Slug to left. Down the line. Gurriel will score. Granderson will stop at third. It's an RBI double for Donaldson. 3-0 Toronto.
Well, he ends up trying to throw that changeup in there, and he gets the base hit. So let's look at the sequence here, pitch by pitch. There it is. Slider gets ahead of him, strike one. Comes back with a bad one, but gets the call.
Yep, backed up, and then another one hanging here.
Now watch it change up in there. There it was, down and in.
Seeing it leak back over. Gomer wanted that outside and low, and now everything up in the zone the second time through. I understand where Jan is frustrated because there's like nothing you can do. You can't go and find something because it just hasn't been on point for him today.
Teoscar Hernandez 0 for 2 on the day. Right at Lindor, he'll be able to look the runner back. 2 down.
He's bobbing and weaving, though, boys.
Yeah, I mean, that's all you can do. And we've had this conversation before about, and I hate to keep drawing the comparison to Kluber, but the only thing that's separating Carrasco from maybe getting to that level is days like this. Can you somehow navigate your way through when you don't have your grade A stuff?
And I think he's really accomplishing that so far. I mean, there's a couple innings here, Arch, too, that that second inning could have really spiraled out of control. This inning now, you're in the middle of the order. If you can escape with only giving up the 1 run, you're still right in this ballgame.
Well, this guy went the other way 2 times today, and you see where Ramirez is at. He's not over the shortstop side anymore. And now you're going to get something to pull because he's proven he can beat your defense. You have to pitch him differently. He left him because he can't command his pitches today. He just slapped 2 the other way.
Yeah, if you're Solarte here, fellas, I mean, you can almost cut off half the plate and be looking in one spot with the lack of command.
Well, yes, you can today against him. There's no doubt about it.
Leaning back with a fastball. The only thing Solarte has proved that he cannot do today is dive head first.
Don't slide, no doubt.
Now, I firmly believe that's a setup pitch right here. To stand him up, change the eye level a little bit, and see if they can go back down and away.
He yanks it into right field for a base hit. 1 run will score. 2 runs will score. And that is a backbreaker. It's now 5-0 Toronto on a 2-out, 2-run single by Solarte, who is 3 for 3 today. And he's done a heck of a job at the plate. Talk about he has done, Arch, what you want to do. Take what they give you.
Take what they give you. He took the fastball that time and he hit a change up there. And now he's going to get a pitch that I think it's another mistake here because he was able to go out there and get it. It was a changeup. It was down, though. I will say that. But he was looking to pull the ball, and he did. He got it in there. So a big 2-out base hit. And now it's a 5-0 ball game. He's 3 for 3.
So, not that you ever had a day like this, but
I have.
When pitchers routinely can't hit their spots, you see Gomes low and away,
yep.
It goes in. He goes in, the ball goes out. What's going on for a pitcher where you consistently cannot hit your spot?
Well, mentally you're swimming. You really are now questioning and thinking about things. You walk and talk and don't think about it, right? Just to kind of relate it simply. When you're out there and you're on, you're not thinking because you're just letting it rip. And right now, because of what happened in the first 2 innings, and you can see by the pitch count too, you just are not comfortable with how your body is working, how the ball's coming out of your hand. It's an unsettling feeling, and you can see that he's tried to do different things. It's just not his day.
Yeah. Kevin Pillar has struck out and walked. Takes a strike. So instead of just throwing that breaking ball, you're thinking, is my arm up high enough? Am I getting out in front of you? You're too many checklists are going on.
All kinds of flags going up for you that you don't normally think about in an outing.
Well, it seems like everything that he's given up, they're coming off speed pitches. I haven't seen him really go in there and try to establish that fastball. There's a good one.
It's like he's gone in spurts, and I'll go back to that tempo thing, Matty, that I talked about at the beginning, kind of watching him through those first 2 innings. When you're not getting the body moving consistently in the right spots on all those pitches, that's when it starts to creep into your mind. And now you're trying to think about other things when you can only just concentrate on one.
Here's the 0-2. Fouled back by Kevin Pillar.
Give Toronto credit, though, Arch. They have taken advantage of every mistake. I mean, they have not missed one.
No, they've hit the ball. I'll tell you what, he's lucky right now to only give up 5 runs in this game to this point. Could be a lot worse.
Ben Taylor getting loose in the Cleveland bullpen. And Carrasco's pitch count creeping close to 90. The 0-2. Up high. And again, we're only in the 4th inning
of game 1.
But Jaime Garcia is just cruising right along. He's given up 2 hits. Yeah, game 1 of a scheduled doubleheader. Low and away.
I see it yanking too. I'm just watching his glove side a little bit to see if he's opening a little early before delivering the ball. That also can be a symptom of having the ball elevated in the zone. And you can tell, I mean, he's working hard. He really is right now, but it's one of the most unsettling feelings.
It's one of those days, man. It's not your day. It's not working. And yeah, everybody has them.
2-2 popped him up. This should get him out. Ramirez
may get him out of the game too after this inning.
Makes the catch. Toronto gets 3 here in the 4th. 2 of them come with 2 outs. They lead it now 5-0.
purchasing a promo pass for an additional service fee. You'll receive your item no matter what time you arrive at the ballpark. Visit Indians.com for all the details.
Well, bottom of the 4th inning, it's 5-0 Toronto. Michael Brantley, Edwin Encarnacion, Yan Gomes due up for the Indians. Jaime Garcia has allowed 2 hits, both coming in the 3rd inning. And Brantley takes its low ball 1. It's not that you ever take it for granted, but boy, it sure is easy to get used to when your pitching's going out there and giving up a couple of runs here, 3 runs there, going 6-7 innings every night.
Absolutely.
And all of a sudden you hit a stretch like this where it's kind of hit and miss with the rotation. You realize, oh, this is what everybody else deals with in baseball.
We're spoiled here. I mean, we kind of got into this a little bit, Arch, when the offense was struggling, and we said, you know, at some point the offense is going to end up bailing out the rotation. And you know, today, even in that Texas series too.
There's a line drive single to right field by Michael Brantley.
Yeah, you're going to have to win some 8-7 games, and now they have to go to work because, you know, they did it against Texas. They hit that grand slam. They tied it up at 6, even though they lost the game. And it was this guy that hit the slam, but put another good swing on the baseball. He lined out to second his first at bat, but there's your start. Now you've got to answer their 3-run inning, and you're not going to have to do it all at once. You just be patient and try and get to Garcia. Take what is given.
Yeah, he's kind of lulled the lineup to sleep a little bit, Matty. He's been good with his off speed, especially the second time around.
Edwin Encarnacion struck out his first time up and takes a big hack, comes up empty. Our Kia drive to success shows you that among active players who have hit 3 home runs in a game, Edwin is one behind Mookie Betts and Albert Pujols.
It might have been one reason why he was FaceTiming Albert yesterday in the clubhouse.
Isn't that crazy, though? You think Albert's been around a long time. Edwin's got a long career. Mookie Betts is already up there with those guys?
Yes, he is.
As a leadoff hitter, too. Being able to, again, I know we talked about this during the delay, but boy, how lineups have changed. And we saw it here firsthand with Carlos Santana going to the leadoff spot, and it's kind of altered how you can address and how you can attack different starting pitching.
Well, the Pujols-Edwin relationship goes back for a while. They even stay together a little bit during spring training out in Arizona and talk hitting together.
1-1 down low.
So it wasn't a big deal that they were FaceTiming. We just caught them at the right time, right place yesterday. But Edwin says they talk almost every day about hitting. Anytime they get a chance, they talk about hit, going against different pitchers, just in where they're at with their swings.
What a resource. Arguably the best in our generation as far as a right-handed power hitter goes.
No question. He's going to hit that 3,000 hit mark with a couple of more base hits, and you know he's got over 600 home runs and the RBIs, and this guy can't run a lick and hasn't been able to.
Pulled foul. Edwin has to lead Albert in the all-time inside the park home run category.
I think he's safe. His swing has looked much more comfortable, Arch, too. I know the weather plays a lot with that, and he loves hitting when it's hot. Who doesn't? But you watch his mechanics, everything's slowed down.
A little quicker. He's got better balance in the batter's box. Use a quick jolt here.
2-2. Wow. He turned that around in a hurry.
Fair.
Now if you're Garcia, this is a place not to make a mistake. Look where this location is. I mean, that's right in the happy zone too. Pulled the hands pretty quick. Yeah, he knew it.
He knew I had a pitch to hit out. He just got out ahead of himself.
Don't throw it there again.
Oh, he won't. Let's look for that changeup down and away. Going back in. Back foot slider.
Arch, when we saw Edwin recoil and take that second swing after he fouled that ball off, was that just a mental reminder?
Yeah.
Stay back, stay back?
Yes, he wanted to put the swing on that he knows he can put on. He's put on so many other times before. Just to not get out here, you know, just stay on it. Don't open up.
3 on the left side of the infield for Toronto. Outfield spread out. Payoff pitch. Nope. He popped him up.
And may fall.
Right. Teoscar can't get there. How do you like them apples?
Well, he was playing too deep, and he got a terrible jump. And I know it wasn't all that deep, but it had some hang time. It's Solarte. I don't know. Well, watch how deep he is. See, he's way back there. Now watch. Look at the jump. He stopped and froze first by the time he got there. When you play that deep, just because Encarnacion's a hitter, you don't have to freeze. I mean, that's what happens. You think he's going to hit a home run every time. But, I mean, he got fooled on that pitch, and that's a base hit. Indians take advantage of it.
Yes, Solarte did everything he could. He was on a dead sprint from the get-go, but he had so far to go.
Came all the way
left
across
side of the infield.
Yeah.
Just no chance.
Yeah, that's just not a good play out in right field.
Well, now you've caught a break. Let's see, can they take advantage? Yan Gomes walked in the second inning.
Martin trying to figure out here in this position, because of how Garcia stuff's playing, you know, where can he go that's not a danger zone? Because these last couple of hitters, there's been some elevation in the zone.
Well, if he can elevate here, you got to get maybe a little bit above the zone here for Yan. But he's looking for a ground ball, and that doesn't work in that scenario. You know, a higher fastball. That's more of a fly ball pitch. This is where, now you see, not a bad pitch, you know.
Starting to nibble. Starting to nibble.
Yeah, but that's not a bad pitch on the first pitch. He didn't get it. Now he's calling the pitch inside from what we've seen. He's not calling it out over the plate. Boom.
Gomes drills one deep center field. Back is Pilar and makes the catch. Tagging at second and going to third is Brantley. Encarnacion back to first, one down.
Boy, Garcia got away with one there.
I thought he had enough of it. That's what I'm talking about. Gomes using the whole field. And I'll tell you what, he hit this ball right on the nose. Just a hair. You can't hit it much better than that. He just didn't get that extension out front. That was a line drive. Good swing. Almost got it out of here, but you move a guy up and still get yourself on the board. So now it's up to Geyer to get you on the board.
Geyer drilled it to deep left his first time up. He didn't miss by much.
His swing has looked a lot better too. Man,
sure has.
That's a guy that we've talked about it at length. If you get him right, especially against lefties, which is his forte, the wrist looks more comfortable and he looks strong.
Yeah, the weather's better, the wrist feels better, and he's been awfully quick on the inside part of the plate.
Low, bottom of the zone, called a strike.
It's all right, not one you wanted to swing at there. You're looking for a pitch to elevate.
Indians just looking for something to get on the board, get a little momentum.
Just push it across.
Their side.
He don't want to come back in.
No,
he don't want to come in.
You don't want that as a pitcher. You certainly don't want to give up one swing and 3 runs because you let them right back into the game. If they're going to beat you, you make them beat you the other way.
Yep.
Make them beat you out in right field. He's looking for a ground ball. He still can get out of the inning if he gets his ground ball. But he's not going to let one swing and 3 runs unless it's a mistake. See, a little change over, breaking ball there.
2-1.
I don't understand sometimes, guys, and I don't know if this is something that comes up for you, but when you watch, especially in run scoring situations, and guys just go away from strengths, it just frustrates me. Garcia has been so dominant with off speed today, and now just picking with his fastball just doesn't make sense to me.
2-1. Geyer drills one deep left field down the line. It's a fair ball into the corner. Brantley scores. Edwin into third. It's an RBI double for Brandon Geyer. The Indians are on the board.
Yeah, he came inside. You'll watch how quick Geyer is in there. He didn't. It wasn't going to be a home run, but he was able to keep the ball fair. It'll be a double. They're on the board. So Geyer gets his 5th double, his 6th RBI, and
hold the hands.
Yeah, that's
pull him right in.
Remember the home run he hit off Lester, 3-1 pitch. It was in there. He pulled the hands in. They're very quick in there. The wrist is feeling good.
Well, that's going to bring up Bradley Zimmer with 2 in scoring position now.
This is a backbreaker on the Indian side too for Garcia. If he can get a base hit here, that's a huge momentum shift.
You know what I'd love to see Bradley do here? He tried it his first at bat. How about a drag bunt here in this situation? That would be awesome.
You are going to upset some Sabre people. Watch out.
Who cares? It's the surprise. He had a good pitch to do it on too, but that doesn't happen much anymore.
Right. Especially though with a lefty on the mound. If he gets the bunt
he's
down,
falling off. And look at Pierce
way back. Yeah.
And look at Solarte way back at second base. You get it past the pitcher, you got to just walk the way this kid.
With his speed, yep.
He can walk to first base.
Oh, Martin lost it.
Oh, no.
But Edwin didn't get a great read on it, so he stays right there at third base.
I'm okay with that.
Well, he wasn't going to. No, with Edwin running, he's not going to make it. This is something you have to anticipate. Zimmer might have been able to do it, and maybe Lindor. But other than that, Martin, you don't see Martin do that too often, man. He's like a magnet back there. He just knocks everything down. He's a good catcher.
Now you got a pretty lengthy inning now for Garcia. The Indians have done exactly what they've needed to do. Kind of hang him out there a little bit. Yeah, he's starting to fight himself too, Matty. His mechanic's starting to break down a little bit. You can see where the mislocations are. You take advantage here, you're right back in this thing.
Well, the base hit here goes a long way. We're only in the 4th inning.
Base hit should get you 2. Outfield's pretty deep. Zimmer shoots one up the gut. It's through.
There you go.
Encarnacion scores. Here comes Geyer. Bradley Zimmer delivers a 2-run single, and the Indians are right back in it, down 5-3.
Right back at you. Very good.
What an approach. That's a fantastic at bat. It just shows you how far he's come too. Look at the selection too, and being patient.
It's a heater in. 89. He threw it in, but he can't throw it by you if you stay with a good approach. We're right back up the middle.
Well, guys, what does this tell you, though, coming into today? The highest slugging percentage allowed on fastballs this year. Cole Hamels, number 1, Jaime Garcia, number 2. And we've seen both those guys on this homestand. So as a hitter, that's telling you, like, he's probably not going to be able to throw it by me.
Right.
So get on top of the plate and get after it.
Absolutely.
Force him to throw it by you.
Yeah.
And if you're going to elevate, it's got to be letters and in. You almost got to make the hitter uncomfortable so that you have proved that you'll be honest in there. You don't have to go there a bunch, but that helps sets up the off speed. And that first time around the order, that was what was really good. But now you can see the adjustments from the Tribe hitters. They're cutting off that inside part of the plate.
And I like it. This is the back of the bottom part of the lineup that's doing the damage.
Danny Barnes loosening in that Toronto bullpen. 60 pitches on the day right now for Garcia. Here is Eric Gonzalez, who singled to center field his first time up.
Now remember, the Indians have their 4 hits in this inning. Gomes hit the ball the hardest. That's nothing to show for it. You know, and you know they got it going with a couple of. Brantley hit a line drive. Encarnacion blooper mistake by the outfielder. That was the break they took advantage of.
Oh, Zimmer got a great jump. Martin with a throw offline, and Bradley's got his 4th steal.
Put it in your pocket. They know something on Garcia because Davis went. They never even made a throw, and right here, I don't think Martin should have thrown. And I like him. He goes in sliding feet first all the time. So for Zimmer, that's his 4th stolen base.
I'd have to go back and look for postgame, but I wonder, and it's specific with some left-handed pitchers, when they don't look at first or if they have a one-time look, it's in the scouting report, and that may be the key that Rajay and Zim were going off of. He looks once, then he goes home, kind of a pattern to be able to take advantage.
And I know Sandy's got it all documented, you know, because he may not throw to first base because he doesn't have a good move, so he doesn't want to waste any time, but Sandy knows it all. His last start here last year, he gave up 5 hits and 6 earned runs over 4 2/3 innings. That was back in August, early August.
Arch always talks about if you're a position player, you can't take your offense out into the field with you. When you're a pitcher, be as honest as you can here. Ball gets hit, you think you should get an out. It doesn't happen. how hard is it to not let that bother you?
Extremely difficult, and especially routine plays that you feel should be made. I mean, you don't want to hang any of your guys out to dry because it all ends up evening out where you get a rocket on a mistake.
Sure.
Guy makes an amazing play. But that, again, when you see young guys, Danny Salazar struggled with that a lot early in his career, being able to separate those kind of plays.
Yeah, that's where you certainly want to pick up your defense. You know, and guys say that, but you know, he's been around Garcia, so he he knows better.
But he's looking at that ball. He's got Edwin at the plate.
He knows it should
this
be
is a big
caught.
out right here.
That's out number one. You're right. Now he can go to work.
Instead, he got 2 on, and now he's got to work harder. And
that's where the Indians took advantage of the break that they received. So you give credit to the Indians and Garcia. They're going to try and knock him out here.
2-2 to Gonzalez. Chase one in the dirt. He can run to first, and he'll get there safely as Zimmer goes to third. Another break for the Tribe here in the 4th.
You would talk about swimming in your head now, Matty. The bloop single changed the entire complexion of the inning and now the mentality of Jaime Garcia. But look at this. You talked about Martin. That one just gets away from him. A huge break as Gonzalez alertly runs to first, and Zimmer now moves up. So they're taking advantage.
Nothing that you can do about that. And it's a good thing Zimmer stole that left first base open. Take advantage, boys. They're shaking.
Oh, and now you got Francisco Lindor at the plate. He's 1 for 2 today, and he's been swinging it here of late. In fact, with runners in scoring position, he's 8 out of 24 on the year.
If you're Garcia, you do not want him hanging out over the plate. I mean, watch where he is in the box, and Martin's checking it too. They got to keep something away from the barrel here. Almost crossed him up. Looked like.
Did look a little odd, didn't it? But it's in for a strike.
And if you're Frankie too, you can wait for one pitch here. You don't have to worry about getting any of the off speed. If he can sit on that heater, Garcia will come to him.
Right field. Hernandez back. It's over his head and gone! Francisco Lindor with a 3-run homer, and just like that, the Indians take the lead.
He waited for the heater. He didn't miss.
Incredible. John Gibbons already out of the dugout, waving to the bullpen, but it's too late for Toronto. Lindor has put the Indians in front with a huge inning here in the 4th.
Love that approach with a man on third base going the other way so you can hit a fly ball, and he ended up hitting it deep.
And there's your offense.
We didn't have a 3-run home run until yesterday. We had 2 yesterday and 1 come back today and gives them the lead. And what an inning.
Your offense bailing out Carlos Carrasco. Now you're on the right side of things.
Jaime Garcia to the showers. The Cleveland Clinic call to the bullpen has been made for Danny Barnes, and we'll be right back. dancing in the aisles, and why not? A 6-run fourth for Cleveland, punctuated by a 3-run homer from Francisco Lindor. And now right-hander Danny Barnes on in relief of Jaime Garcia. Barnes on for the 16th time this year.
Boy, that happened quickly, didn't it?
Got out of control. That,
I mean,
I was telling Matty,
that
bloop single changed everything.
Rajai Davis cuts and misses.
Well, Barnes, he's a fastball changeup guy pretty much. He'll mix in his slider 11% of the time.
He's deceptive too, Arch.
Yeah.
I watched them earlier this year when playing the Yankees.
To center field, shallow, racing in Pilar. He slides. Did he hold on? No, he did not.
He did.
Wow. And Rajai between first and second base says, "Oh, I'll stay right here at first with a single."
Boy, everything going the Indians' way in this inning.
Superman usually makes that catch.
Well, he had
Man.
a long way to go, man. He came in, and if he doesn't catch it, it's not going to be caught. It's in the glove, but you see it really, it just flicked out. When you slide like that, your momentum carries you. It just jumped out of his glove.
I know you guys talk about it a lot, that being one of the toughest plays for an outfielder to make, because you're judging distance, judging velocity there, having to come in. He's one of the best in the game, too, at making those plays.
Yes, he is very good.
9th man to bat in the order is Jose Ramirez, and he's 0 for 2 today.
Yeah, Barnes has got some deception to his delivery, Matty, and it's kind of an unorthodox, a little weird release point here, but these guys can pick him up well.
Missed outside.
Not overpowering with his fastball.
No.
That's why he needs a little deception there.
See if Rajai can get a bag here.
Well, he's sizing him up right now. You know, he doesn't have a very good move to first base. It doesn't take Raj long. Well, you know what? When he gets out there, I mean,
smells it.
If he can figure him out, he's gone. That stolen base he stole back in the 3rd inning. That was his 400th of his career. Nice.
Posey, good take, 2-0.
And if I'm Barnes here, guys, you know, such an art to controlling the running game when you have an elite base stealer over here. You know, instead of throwing you the step off, the hold, you know, you almost want to hold the ball now.
Change your pattern.
Called a strike. Posey looks back and says, I don't know. 2-1.
But the thing of it is, you got to get the hitter. You can't worry about the base runner.
Exactly.
You know, you can fall behind and he quickens your delivery. But just there's nothing you can do. Just give your catcher an opportunity. Good base stealers are going to steal their bases.
Right.
And I think for Raj right now, if he can just unsettle Barnes a little bit with a good hitter you have at the plate, he's done his job just with that. Now he takes off. And the throw by Martin's a good one. They got him. That's a terrific throw by Russell Martin to nab Rajai Davis. It's only the 2nd time he's been caught stealing this year.
Well, I'll tell you what, he had a good jump. He peeks back in to see if anybody was swinging. Look at that throw, right?
On the money.
That was close, a lot closer than what it looked.
If that throw isn't there and he don't have his glove right there, Raj is in.
Yeah.
Just a perfect throw and tag.
Now the 3-1 to Ramirez. Out of play to the left.
That's a gift if you're Barnes out there too, because I mean you could see him working hard to try and keep Rajai close. Now you can focus up and try and get out of this inning.
Here's the payoff. High ball 4. Inning continues. Michael Brantley started the inning with a bullet and then a blooper that just dropped. And then the damage. Dyer drives home the 1st run. Zimmer bangs one up the middle, gets 2 more home.
That was a big hit right there, too.
And this is huge. Instead of an out, you get a wild pitch, and then Frankie says, good night, Jaime Garcia. Now Brantley for the 2nd time here in the 4th.
Watch him stay inside the baseball.
On time, foot down. Look at the hands. Barrel trails. Beautiful.
Yeah, that was a great swing.
His equilibrium is so good from both sides. You know, you don't see too much difference from his left-handed swing to his right-handed swing.
Very similar.
Him and Ramirez, you know, for switch hitters, they look almost identical from both sides of the plate.
Yeah. You've got 3 guys in that top of the order with Lindor, Ramirez, and Brantley. I mean, you see the swing mechanics. There just isn't a lot to it. Really fun to watch.
The 1-1.
I remember when Brant was coming up, we were teammates, and every day he put the high tee up, Arch. You know, and just had that flat swing. I know in our age of launch angle and exit velo, his bat and his barrel, he's such a hard hitter to pitch to because his barrel's in the zone for so long.
Look at the defense. No shifts. That means he uses the whole field.
Up high, 2-2.
It's the thing in spring training too, you learn a lot about where your stuff plays with guys that have been around you and your teammates with great feedback. He was a guy that I swear he would just take pitches just to size up. He wouldn't swing, and then when he did, I mean, he did not miss.
Runner goes and a foul back.
Well, that's what good hitters do. Good hitters, when they get a pitch or a good pitch to hit, they hit it. They don't miss. Now, it may not fall all the time, but they will hit it hard.
There was a lot of return to senders.
We have, and I'll tell you what we did, the Indians this year, we fouled off a ton of pitches this year.
Yep.
And you know, when you get good pitches to hit, you can't foul them off because you may not get another cookie in an at-bat. You may not get one the rest of the night.
Ramirez goes 2-2 up high. Martin throws again. This time he's safe at first.
Yeah.
At second base. So stolen base for Ramirez, his 3rd. And
Track
the 3rd
meet's
of
on.
the day for the Indians.
The track meet goes. I saw the left hand get in there as he's going head first. Again, Martin comes out to make the throw to second. Watch the hand get in by the time the tag is applied. And that's what you shoot for, the outside corner of the base, where that tag's got to come down. You don't go on the inner part of that base, you go on the outside part. 3rd stolen base out of 4 today.
3-2 count for Brantley. First base open, but you've got Edwin lurking in the on-deck circle. Ball 4.
Great at that.
And already 15 pitches thrown by Danny Barnes. 41 total pitches in this inning for Toronto.
This is also an inning too, Matty. Now your position guys, and again, we are in a doubleheader day. You've hung them out there a long time. Cookie's had a chance to catch his breath, and this could be a reversal now as far as Carrasco being able to get things timed back up. He's going to go back out with the lead.
Well, here's Edwin looking to do some more damage. Fouls it back. He had a couple of good swings his last time up. He ended up with the excuse me bloop single to right field. But there were a couple pitches that.
Well, all you need is one mistake here, and you could add 3 more on quickly. You see,
there it is, driven to deep left field, climbed the wall, hits in the top of the Pepsi sign. Around 3rd scoring is Ramirez. Brantley stopping at 3rd. Edwin will hold with a very long RBI single. He almost hit that through the wall.
It's a good thing that's fortified out there. That was a missile
he's
off the
locking
bat.
it in, boys. He is locking it in. And that's a line drive. I love that. You know, normally he gets underneath him, but it went down and in. And I mean, he put a beautiful swing on it. What was the bat speed on that, Murph? I'll tell you what, that was a vicious liner.
Right down Main Street, boys.
So this has got to be their biggest inning of the year, a 7-run inning.
Yes. Well, 6 was already the biggest.
Yeah.
And that's it. John Gibbons says, I've seen enough of Danny Barnes.
2 walks and wait. Yeah. 2 walks, a single, and a C.
John Axford, a one-time Cleveland Indians reliever, will be coming on when we come back. The inning continues as the Tribe continues to hammer it out against Toronto. Encarnacion has hit a couple of balls in this inning at each end of the spectrum, if you will.
It certainly has. Look at this, that bullet. I mean, that's a mistake from Barnes down the middle, but you see almost 109 off the bat. A little over 3 seconds to hit the wall.
That was a nice line drive right there, boy. If he elevated it, which, you know, very easy. I like to see those line drive swings. So a lot of times when you get that backspin on the ball, it carries forever. That's how the home runs come, but you can't hit a ball any harder than that right there on a line.
Jim Folk will be submitting an invoice to Edwin for denting the outfield wall. The 12th man to bat in the inning is Jan Gomes, as John Axford.
Tommy Bowe saying it's been 30 minutes for the inning.
And
32,
he would know.
32. Yes, he's got it running right there. He's like an official for the NBA over there.
Bouncing ball to second. Solarte will flip it to first. And the inning finally comes to an end, but not before the Indians have their biggest inning of the season. 7 runs for the Tribe. Ball is brought to you by the 2018 Kia Sorento, the perfect getaway vehicle. Visit KiaDealers.com to learn more. By Levin Furniture. For the best deals on furniture and mattresses, shop Levin's. And by your Chevy Network dealers. Visit ClickChevy.com. Chevrolet, find new roads. 7-5 Cleveland. 5th inning. What a turn of events we've had here today. Toronto got the first 2 in the second. They scored the next 3 in the 4th. They were up 5-0. It looked bad. And then a 7-run bottom of the 4th for the Indians. And so Cookie Carrasco goes back out here working with the lead now.
You got new life if you're Carlos. Now it's pounding the zone. Now you just get back in there and let your infield work for you.
Well, can he command it?
That's it.
That's something you hope he comes back with, because it's a shocker that, I mean, they get 7. I don't know if he would have been back out here.
Well, Jeff Beliveau is up in the Cleveland bullpen, so the Indians aren't convinced that Carrasco is going to suddenly find it here. And look, he's already at 92 pitches.
And they're going to give him a chance to get through this inning, and this would be it.
Martin way out in front of it.
You know, those innings, guys, as pitchers, it gives you a shot of life, though. I mean, it gives you a little more momentum.
Sure it does.
A lot of confidence. Say, okay, fellas.
Way to pick me up,
you
boys.
Bailed me out.
Right.
Now it's my turn to help out.
You know, that's a good feeling. They like to do that every time, the offense. But we talked earlier, Matty, in the game when it started. They said, will this offense continue? I think it is, you know.
Yeah, we talk about
hitting
momentum,
with runners,
you know,
in scoring position. When you have a good game like they did yesterday, pound the baseball all over the place, they feel good about themselves, and their confidence is, you know, it's high right now.
Even after maybe one time through the lineup where you don't do anything.
Oh, it's no big. Yeah,
right.
Just give me the situation. Let's go, boys. We'll get it rolling. Get on base for me. I'll get a hit.
You go through and look at April too, fellas. how many hard hit balls did we see when it was cold and just unlucky? But
it is. You're right.
They stuck with it.
You have to. You got no other choice.
Yeah.
1-2 to Martin. He goes down hacking. 5 strikeouts for Carrasco. Al Pulaski's been hanging around for a game break. What do you got, Al?
All right, Matt, Rick, Jensen, New York and Houston here. Now the Astros were down 3-0, but Carlos Correa with a solo home run of the 8th caps a 5-run unanswered streak for the Stros. They're a 5-3 ninth inning in Houston. And a central update for you too. Kansas City 10, Detroit 6.
Like that one, Big Al.
Thought you would.
Yes, indeed. Get back into that Central Division.
Right on.
Like that one. Me and Jensen loved that one.
I know you did. I know you did. That's why I gave it to you.
Thank you.
Bill Schnack loved the Tigers update especially.
Kendry Morales is 0 for 2 today, and he bats with the bases empty here in the 5th. You know, for as long as we've been watching Kendry Morales, he has never changed his approach. It's like that front foot is headed towards first base, and he lets it rip like nobody's business.
He's open. He's slightly open. You know, not much of a wide stance at all. He lets that bat head swing, but he likes the ball down and in. He can hit some liners.
In the air to deep left. Back goes Rajay Davis. Makes the catch on the warning track. 2 down.
Well, looks like Carlos does have a little new life in there.
You can tell right off the bat that he is feeling better. You can see as much more in his mechanics here from the side. Look, good gather, good high leg kick. He's going to drive down the mound, but you see where he's just a little bit back from going over that front foot. And on the opposite side here, you see on the first base, we slow it way down for you. Good gather right there, good lead leg, nice stride. Glove side is compact. That looks pretty good right there.
The 100th pitch of the afternoon to Steve Pearce is a good fastball. Called a ball.
That's the part of the plate he's been calling today, too.
Whoops, forgot something.
Steve Pearce is like, I quit. He swung and missed at that, and then after the follow through, just chucked the bat.
You can see the rotation now on the breaking ball too, boys. Look at this. Watch out.
I wonder if he has hand problems or a wrist problem.
I was thinking the same thing.
You know what I mean? He got to that one, and it was so extended. Ouch,
yeah,
I feel it. And he just opened up the hand and let it drop.
Well, didn't we just see that with a pitcher? Hyperextended his elbow on the follow
Jacob
through.
deGrom.
Yeah.
Boy, they can't get out of their way with injuries in that rotation.
Now, I thought it looked like he was going to miss like 4 starts or something like that, but didn't you say that the
MRI revealed no ligament damage?
Oh,
and
that's good.
He claims he's going to try to make his next start.
Right. That's what we were talking about that earlier. I'm thinking, okay, now here they go. This is the typical New York Mets.
Now Cookie Carrasco chanced with to shut him down 1-2-3 here.
And he knows this is his last inning.
Empty
He's not going any farther. It's an empty tank, so get after it, man. Get the 3 outs as quickly as possible and get out of there and thank your offense. Change up.
Tried to overthrow it.
Bounced it out in front.
Yeah, that's what it was. It was the changeup.
Well, he stays within his delivery on that pitch, under control. It's a bowling ball.
Well, see, that's the amazing thing. That you know, you follow a Corey Kluber pitch, and he never goes out of his delivery.
Yeah.
He's the same. The repetitive time after time. He never overthrows.
2-2. Swung out and missed. Hey, struck him out. What a way to finish for Carrasco. 6 strikeouts on the afternoon. He retires the side in order here in the 5th. Going to the bottom of the 5th inning. And John Axford, who got the final out of the 4th, staying in to pitch the 5th. Aledmus Diaz has come into the game for Toronto at shortstop. And what do you got, Tommy? You got, is that Solarte at first?
So Pierce is out.
And Gurriel is now at second base. Okay. Well, you called it, Arch. It didn't look good. What do you know? The new guy gets tested right away.
It'll find you.
And Aledmus Diaz throws out Brandon Geyer one away.
He's been a nice little addition for them. Diaz coming over from the Cardinals.
Right.
Especially with the injury problems with Tulowitzki.
He's got some pop in that bat, doesn't he?
He had a 3-run homer against the Indians when they played earlier.
Yes, he did. It was a big one, too.
It's a nice breakout campaign for him last year.
There's Gurriel, who moves from shortstop over to second base. Bradley Zimmer had a big 2-run single in that 4th inning for the Indians. Takes down low. John Axford is now, let's see, 35 years of age.
Still picks the Oscars better than anybody.
Yeah, he does. Canadian native.
Where's he from up there?
He was born in Simcoe, Ontario.
Okay.
Makes his home in Ancaster, Ontario now.
Little homecoming. That's nice.
He was originally drafted by Seattle out of high school, but said, nah, I'm going to go to college. So he went to Notre Dame. Pitched in the 2002 College World Series as a freshman. Pitched with Milwaukee, then St. Louis. Then he came to Cleveland in 14 before being dealt on to Pittsburgh.
He's been everywhere, hasn't he? Oakland. He's gone. He has had a great arm in his career. His issues at times have been control.
Strike 3 called. That's 97 miles an hour with a fastball. Well, here's our mid-game summary brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Top of the 4th inning on Hervé Solarte with a base hit. And just like that, it's 5-0 Toronto, and you're thinking it's going to be one of those days. But no, sir. Bottom 4. Bradley Zimmer, 2-run single, cuts it to 5-3. Lindor with a 3-run homer, and it's 6-5 Cleveland. They sent 12 men to the plate with their biggest inning of the year, scoring 7 runs.
And that Lindor homer, if I am correct, he's got 6 on the year. 5 of them have given the Indians the lead.
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those stats, like I always thought, like, who cares when you hit them? If you hit them, you hit them, they still count. But then you start thinking about it.
The time you hit them.
If you hit most of your home runs in blowouts when nobody's really watching,
doesn't matter.
It's not quite as impactful as when you know, most of your home runs are clutch. They give your team the lead. That does have some merit to it, no doubt.
Huge meaning to that. Yeah. Absolutely. You hit in the clutch.
That used to be the rub with Carlos Santana for a couple of years, where he'd hit him in you don't want to say not meaningful situations, but not a game-changing situation.
5-1 or 6-1 lead or something like that.
Remember when we were kids, the GWRBI, the game-winning. You know,
yeah.
I think did away with that stat because you might get that in the 5th inning.
You might get it in the 1st inning.
Yeah, if it gives your team the lead for good, right?
Right.
But I like the close and late stat. You know, what's a guy do in the 7th inning when the game's tight? Those.
You're facing, you know, the best guys coming out of the bullpen in that time.
Foul by Eric Gonzalez.
Yeah. To me, that's clutch hitters. Yes.
That was.
You know what? You could be an 8th or 9th place hitter and still be a clutch hitter when you get into those situations.
Yeah.
You know, you don't necessarily have to hit in the middle part of the lineup to be one of those guys. Your opportunities may not be.
That was Frankie last year, from the 7th inning on, one of the best in baseball.
He was one of the best in baseball with everything last year.
I was going to say from the 1st inning on, he was pretty good. Broken bat.
Ouch.
Diaz scoops it, throws it, and the Indians go 1-2-3. 5 complete. Indians 7, Blue Jays 5. Doubleheader coming up against the Blue Jays. It'll be Adam Pletko who gets the call up for the Tribe. And Joe Biagini will go for Toronto. Our coverage will continue with Alan Jensen between games. They'll keep us entertained, and we'll be right back here with the first pitch. What are we, about a half hour, 40 minutes roughly?
About a half hour, yes. Old style. We're going old school. Yeah. Double dip.
What do you guys think about that?
I love it.
You think about if they, down the line, if they were to bring that back, you think that'd be a big hit?
It will with the fans.
Yeah.
It won't with the owners. They want to get that gate. I don't understand. They want the day-night doubleheaders.
If you scheduled, yeah, if you schedule on a Saturday,
right,
and you go a day-nighter, would you be all right with that?
Oh, day-nighter or traditional?
So if you do a day-nighter, I was thinking as a fan, okay, if I can't make the morning one or the day game, then I can come to the night game. You kind of get your pick there. Now that probably would affect the gate.
I can tell you somebody that's for it.
Who's that?
Terry Francona.
Is he really?
What, scheduling the day-night doubleheaders?
He would love to just schedule doubleheaders and get extra days off.
And then get Mondays off?
He said every player may not be for it, but he says he'd think it would help, and he said he could set up pitching better if they were able to do that.
That was back in the day when we used to do them. They'd schedule them like bat day and things on Sundays.
Right.
You'd get Mondays off, but those were, not the day-nighters. They were traditional. But, I mean, if they wanted to schedule day-night doubleheaders,
hey,
I'm all for it, too.
We're going to New York. Why don't we stop by Park Avenue and let Commissioner Manfred know?
Can we bring Trevor Bauer?
I don't know what time we're going to get in there. We may not get in there until about 4 in the morning. Yes, would you please bring him?
Here's the 1-2.
Tell him to bring his checkbook.
Yeah, he's going to need to bring a checkbook. He's well aware. He told me he could write it off. Don't worry.
That's okay.
Now he's kicking himself for the 69 donations. He's going to have to put a couple of those aside for now.
Yeah, you're right. But, it is something to have a discussion with, especially with everyone talking about how many games have been canceled in the first month of the season.
All right, let's just everybody take a breath. Pump the brakes. Down on strikes is Lourdes Gurriel, and that's 7 strikeouts for Carrasco. They do have double barrel action in the bullpen. But Tito's feeling like, and he's kind of found it here, even though he's over 100 pitches.
Well, his season high is 110.
Yeah.
And he will be throwing 110 on this next pitch.
I think this is such a savvy move on Tito's part to say, okay, wasn't the best to start, but I want you feeling good after your offense picked you up. Go back out there, see if you can find it, work through it, because down the line, this sort of thing will happen again. And he'll have learned from it.
We're in the midst of 18 games in 17 days. We have another game to follow. We got 3 more in New York. So, he needed it.
Yep.
He needed the inning. So he wanted to test Carrasco, and I'll tell you what, he's up for it. The offense bailed him out today, and now he's giving his final touches on what he can do in this game. Hopefully he can get out of there cleanly. Get 2 more hitters, and that'll be a heck of a job for struggling.
Charlie Nagy would always say, you'll have 30 starts where your lights out, doesn't matter. Or you'll have 10 starts.
Right.
10 where you just can't do anything right. It's what you do with the 10 in the middle.
Yeah.
And that's true. You work your way through it. Can you navigate? How many innings can you give your manager?
Yep.
And your team, and keep your team in that game and give them a chance to win in those 10.
Here's a 1-2. And that's well hit in the left center field. Cut off by Raj.
It's a nice play.
And so Granderson will have a 1-out single. And Josh Donaldson coming to the plate. And Tito is coming to the mound.
And he's had enough.
That's a great effort, though.
That's his season high in pitches, 113. So Tito's going to make the move. And, I was surprised he brought him out in the 5th. But here you go into the 6th with 1 out.
So Cookie Carrasco will leave with an opportunity to get the win if the Indians can hang on here. And Tito makes the move to the bullpen. And we'll be right back with the Indians up 7-5 in the 6th. 5 1/3, and it was quite an eventful day for Cookie.
And it certainly was, but you give him a ton of credit for working through definitely some mechanical issues for him today. And yeah, he didn't give up. I mean, it wasn't the best. It's not going to look pretty on paper, but he exits the game after the offense got him the lead back, got you another inning deeper in this ballgame, Arch. As you said, on a doubleheader day, you got to try and squeeze as much as you can, but proud of him for really answering the bell when it didn't look good.
His teammates are certainly proud of him.
Yeah.
You know, and his final line, 5 1/3 innings, gave up 9 hits. He still walked 3, but had 7 strikeouts, and the offense bailed him out today.
High fly ball left field. Rajay's going to watch this one sail out of here, and just like that, one pitch, Josh Donaldson ties the game. Josh Donaldson's 4th home run of the year. And now he has 3 runs driven in on the day.
Well, had to be a slider, and I'm sure Donaldson was sitting on it. Well, he just came off the DL today, and let's see the location of this pitch.
Oh boy.
Oh yeah, they don't miss it. Good hitters like that.
That's the one pitch to him, and it doesn't matter who you are. As a right-handed pitcher, he's just got slider bat speed, and you cannot feed into him like that, especially the way that Cookie just battled.
Now that's the 4th home run allowed by Nick Goody, and we're starting all over again. It's 7-7.
Teoscar Hernandez looks at a ball in the dirt.
Now if you're Nick Goody, you see the numbers in 11 innings, 5 walks, 11 punchouts, but that ERA and the home runs, and it's been when the homers have been hit, Matty, that's been the real issue for Nick Goody. Got to get back in as far as a mental check now. I mean, you know that you made a bad pitch, you know you cost Cookie a chance at a win, but you got to be able to let it roll off your back.
I asked you somewhat tongue-in-cheek earlier about the Seattle deal, you know, where James Paxton was just lighting it up.
Yes.
And the bullpen gives it up for him. That I understand that over the course of the season, that is going to happen. There are no Mariano Rivera's anymore. Nobody's going to be machine-like perfect throughout the course of a season. But I'm just thinking from a human standpoint, just from a basic human interaction standpoint, I might go in the back door the next day to the club.
You're
guys.
certainly not looking at James Paxton for a couple of days. You want to let that simmer.
But even I'm just talking, you know, regardless of who it is, any team, if you're a relief pitcher, that's your life, though.
Yep.
You live
You're the field goal kicker.
No doubt.
You only get recognized on the miss, and it is a tough life out there. And you know the unique part about bullpen guys, you know you're going to have those outings. So it's how you deal with that adversity and how you make your adjustment on the next pitch, not the next outing, because you have to be able to keep it right where it is.
Ooh. Archie, I always thought Brian Shaw was a little bit like Eric Plunk. You know, the guy that did a lot of the dirty work, never was appreciated.
Yep.
You know,
Well, no, you never are.
Because the glory goes to the closer.
But you have to have a short memory. You know what? Everybody's going to give it up. Everyone's going to have a bad day. But you got to respond.
Flag down by Gonzalez. A long throw and perfect with it. Right on the money.
I'm going to write that on my card, 9-3.
Nice play by Eric Gonzalez. And we got a brand new ball game. 7-7, middle of the 6th. Of the 6th. And for the Indians, top of the order, John Axford restoring order for Toronto. He's retired all 4 that he has faced. Let's see how well he can navigate through the top of the lineup. He's only had to make 11 pitches too. Inside corner, a called strike.
Still real firm in that delivery, man. He really generates a lot of good velocity from that lower half. Long, lanky, right over the top.
Lindor pops one sky high to right. Teoscar Hernandez. 1 away. Let's go down to Andre.
All right, Raj Davis hit a milestone today with his 400th stolen base, and that got us to some conversations down here about stolen bases. And I've told you guys the relationship he has with Ricky Henderson.
Yep.
So that made us figure out how many does Ricky Henderson have? 1,406. I told that to Mike Sarbaugh, and he said he's going to play 25 more years to catch him. But how amazing is that? Lou Brock, we're looking at now, had 938 stolen bases.
It's remarkable.
It's a different era.
It'll never be broken.
You know, that's a great little nugget you bring up there, because we always talk about 56 game hitting streak, forget about it.
Yeah, nobody's catching
hitting
it.
400 again, forget about
it. Right.
Total stolen bases in a career,
never.
forget it.
I mean, seriously.
That's out. Nobody.
1,400?
They could let these guys run at night when nobody's out here and they couldn't steal 1,400.
Ricky told you he was the greatest of all time.
And he was.
Well, let's take a look at Raj on StatCast back in the 3rd inning.
Didn't have to slide on that.
He stole that. Such a great jump, they didn't even bother to throw.
And Raj has been a guy that's been aggressively stealing bases for the last 5 to 6 seasons, and he's not even nearly close.
Yeah.
And, he's at the top of the stolen bases.
But he was never an everyday regular
true.
player, you know, that played 150 games a year like that. So he would have a lot more if he was earlier in his career.
I will say this too, Arch, and maybe you can answer this. One thing, I don't have it in front of me. One thing I've never understood is why Raj has never found a permanent long-term home.
Right.
I mean, it's like here for a year, there for a year.
A couple years
Is
here.
it just because people only want to give long-term contracts to home run hitters and because he's just a stolen base guy?
Yeah.
Well, maybe, but you know what? This guy's 37, and nobody takes care of his legs better than he does.
And he's a great teammate everywhere he goes.
I know he is, but they just don't feel they want more power.
Jose sends one to center. And the Indians will go quickly. Jensen, thanks for stopping by. Look forward to seeing you between games.
Talk to you soon, boys.
Are you gone? You sure?
Just for now. We'll see you in a little bit.
6 complete, tied at 7. It's brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Visit buyatoyota.com. Toyota, let's go places. and by the injury lawyers at Elk & Elk. Proud partners of the Cleveland Indians. Call 1-800-ELK-OHIO. Well, we've had a lot of action in this one. It was all Blue Jays early. And the Indians answered with one furious flurry in the 4th inning, scoring 7 times. Took the lead, and then Josh Donaldson with a 2-run homer put Toronto back into a tie. So 3 innings to go. It's anybody's ball game.
Well, this is what you were talking about early. 7th inning on. This is where it comes.
Yeah. You get into that close and late.
The players get the first 6 innings of play, and now it's up to the managers to see how they want to work it.
And that's going to be out of play. There's a ball hit toward left field, and Nick Goody just threw his glove down after that
His
pitch.
right elbow right there. He grabbed it. The glove went flying. He came off the mound and grabbed his elbow. The right one too. So on that slider right there, it did not look good. Did not look good. Watch the release. He's done. Look at that. Ouch. He felt something in there.
That's a sensation that just makes you sick to your stomach, because that's not good. Nick Goody heads off here in the 7th inning, and the Indians didn't have anybody up in the bullpen, so Terry Francona and the Tribe will have all the time they need to get whoever it is they choose to bring in warmed up. So we'll step aside for a timeout. 7-7 in the 7th. third pitcher to work here this afternoon, making his 14th overall appearance. And we'll get you an update just as soon as we hear anything on Nick Goody, but I wouldn't anticipate any kind of
news
release coming soon on that. That didn't look good, and boy, hope for the best. For Toronto, Russell Martin will be coming up, and just get you up to date in case you tuned in late. This was a huge spot in the game. Edwin Encarnacion just blooped one in, and then the Indians started hitting. Geyer drove in a run with a double. They're down 5-0 at this point, mind you. Then Zimmer knocks in 2. Now it's 5-3. And then 2 batters later, a 3-run homer, and it's a 6-run fourth for the Tribe. They weren't done. Edwin drove one off the top of the wall. Indians were up 7-5, but then Josh Donaldson knotted it up at 7 apiece with a 2-run homer in the 6th. So that gets you up to date.
And McAllister, you know, he's ready pretty quickly for not throwing, or nobody was up in that bullpen when that happened to Goody.
And he drives one up to left field, and Rajay makes the catch for out number 1.
Now to the plate for Toronto, designated hitter.
And now Kenry Morales 0 for 3 on the afternoon to the plate. There goes the runner. Pitches up high. Gomes gets rid of it, but the throw short hops Lindor. But he might have decoyed Pilar into staying right there at second base, and instead of allowing him to get up and go to third.
Yeah, if that base runner's not paying attention, that ball gets into center field. They have about 3 errors like that this year, where the ball has been thrown into center field, and Lindor acting like he caught the ball. So he did decoy Pilar. You could tell by the way he looked. Goes as a stolen base. He gets his 6th, so he gets himself in scoring position.
Kenry Morales couldn't hold up. He went around at 97 miles an hour. One. Missed outside. 2 balls and a strike. Now the 2-1. And that misses low. Into the teeth of the shift, Eric Gonzalez will throw out Morales. 2 down. Pilar moves to third. When you ride with the Indians in Velasano, your registration is free. You get an Indian cycling jersey. 100% of the money raised supports cancer research at Cleveland Clinic. So visit velasano.org/Indians for details on joining their team. Aledmus Diaz, this is his first at bat. He came on for Steve Pearce, who back in the 5th inning when he struck out, you mentioned it at the time, and then you pointed out it was weird. He swung and missed, and then after he missed, it's not like he did it on the follow through. He had followed through and then just kind of tossed the bat aside.
Dropped it.
And you said at the time it looked like you wonder if maybe he felt something. And sure enough, he left the game after that at bat. No official word, but you would assume something.
Something either in the elbow or the wrist, I'm guessing.
Fastball in there for a strike. This was the swing and miss, and then he just kind of drops the bat. He didn't make any sort of demonstrative actions, but
he just let it go. You could tell when he put his head down. You see right there he's in pain.
Fouled off. Fouled off. Go ahead run at third base. 2 down here in the 7th. And McAllister's 3-2 pitch is inside, ball 4. Well, 2 on 2 out, and now you've got Lourdes Gurriel coming to the plate, and Gurriel has already doubled, singled, and scored a run.
Second baseman, Lourdes Gurriel.
Struck out in his last at bat. That was leading off the inning, and Carrasco was out there. That was the 7th strikeout for Carlos. But can you get out of this inning? Put a 0 on the board.
That spun him out of there in a hurry. At 96, get your attention. First of doubleheader here today between the Indians and the Blue Jays. Game 2 scheduled to start about a half hour to 40 minutes after the conclusion of Game 1. Still a ways to go in this one, though.
Boy, he's been missing to that part of the plate this inning.
Yeah, only 6 out of 15 pitches for strikes now.
Right, more balls than strikes.
Carl Willis has left his seat in the dugout. I don't know if he's standing up because he's tired of sitting or if he's about to make a visit to the mound if McAllister doesn't throw a strike here. Pours one in there and it's 2-1. He's working himself into some trouble, though. Pitching from behind can be troublesome.
Yeah, you were coming in though, and it was sort of the bottom part of this lineup right here. So you wanted to be, you don't want to help them out.
Foul right back, and it's 2-2. fastball ran up and in, and it was almost like he started to swing. He wanted to stop, but he couldn't.
Yeah, it was. Look at, he got those. Look how he did not even throw those hands out there. I mean, he brought him in so far. He just fought it off and got a piece of that ball. That was a good job there just to foul it off.
Just missed outside. Boy, 97 miles an hour. And that's kind of been the strike zone today. A bit inconsistent at times.
Take a look. Gomes was sitting away as he just, I mean, he went out there and tried to dot the outside corner, and he just missed. Big pitch here.
Runner goes, and a broken bat liner to left gives the Toronto Blue Jays the lead. Here's the throw to third base, and they got him there. But the run counts, and Toronto is ahead 8-7. Stretch time in Cleveland. Gurriel delivers the game-breaking hit, but a heads-up play by Rajai Davis, and Jose Ramirez ends the inning. It's time for today's Jim Thome Hall of Fame moment, brought to you by Mike Bass Ford. That's the very first home run hit by Jim Thome, an upper deck shot at old new Yankee Stadium. I guess this is what you refer to it now. Wearing number 6, October 4th, 1991.
Tyler Clippert coming on out of the Toronto bullpen. Axford did a very good job.
And Michael Brantley looks at an off-speed pitch, down low, ball 1. First pitch changeup.
He's a changeup master. You know, he'll throw you that high fastball up top, but he pretty much lives on the changeup.
There's another one that just did catch the bottom of the zone.
He throws that about 28% of the time. His fastball 45%.
And there's a strike called. That was a high fastball that just missed the top of the strike zone. Line to left. This could be trouble for Toronto. It gets down and heads to the corner. And Michael Brantley's on his way to second base with a leadoff double.
Boy, what an approach by Michael right there on a guy that throws a lot of changeups. He stayed back, made himself wait back on that baseball, and just lines it the other way. Put that front foot down. Really didn't even stride with it, and just went with his hands. So what a nice job that was to get up. There's the tying run now in scoring position. So the leadoff double for Michael. Again, another multi-hit game. He's been doing that frequently.
Indians looking for another big hit here. Edwin Encarnacion. Chance to tie it with a base hit. Low and away, ball one. Tribe's 4 for 9 with runners in scoring position today. And on the homestand, they've batted almost 300 now with runners in scoring position, thanks almost wholly in part to the last 3 games now. Make it the last 4 games if you include today. Low, 2-0. Edwin not happy with that one. It's 2-1.
2-0 changeup. You know he's not going to give in, and it was close.
You do have to have some guts to continue to throw that changeup, because if you hang one or you miss.
Well, that's his pitch. I mean, it's all deception. That's his pitch, and you know hitters are still looking for that fastball 2-0 a lot of times. But Eddie's one guy that'll sit on the changeup.
High fastball.
He's telling himself, nope. He spit on that one. You see, that's why if you're sitting on his changeup, you take the fastball. You know, if you're looking for the fastball, you try not to swing at the changeup. But here you go. If he threw it 2-0, I would assume he'll throw that changeup 3-1 here too. That was a slider.
Yeah, it looked like a breaking ball.
That was a little
off
slider. He didn't want anything to do with Encarnacion. 1 swing, 2 runs, no way.
And now Yan Gomes steps to the plate. And Gomes 0 for 2. Fly to deep center. He had a great at bat in that 4th inning. He scorched the ball, but fly to deep center. Grounded out his last time up. In fact, he was the last man to bat when the Indians sent 12 men to the plate in that 4th inning. We've had 15 runs, 22 hits combined in the game. Had a good rip, but fouls it back.
Yeah, that was a fastball, and Gomes was trying to shoot him the other way. He was shooting for that hole between first and second. Now he just tried to put it in play.
Bottom of the 7th inning, 2 on, nobody out. Indians down a run. Gomes in the hole here, 0-2. And another changeup or something off speed from Clippard. Looked like a little, maybe an off speed slider. 84 miles an hour, but it was off the plate. Now the zone 1-2. And he strikes him out. 1 down.
Well, that was the changeup he just threw. Look at it. That's a circle change, and you can see the rotation and the spin he gets off that baseball. And Gomes stayed on it, swings through it. It'll be the first out of the inning, and we're going to get a pinch hitter for Brandon Guy. It'll be Jason Kipnis.
It's got to have you talking to yourself going back to the dugout. You know, it's right there. It's not like it was down or it was right there, but
guys with good changeups. You know, one of the Indians' better closers, Doug Jones.
Oh yeah,
he had like 3 different speeds on his changeup. He had a tremendous changeup. But Martin will go out and talk to Clippard.
Jason Kipnis does not have an official at bat as a pinch hitter this year, but boy, he's starting to swing the bat. 3-game hitting streak. All against the Rangers. He went 6 for 14.
Well, I'm sure he was watching from afar when he saw Michael Brantley's approach and the way Michael, you know, led this inning off with a double, forcing him to stay back, try to hit that ball the other way on that changeup. And there it was.
And it's outside, ball 1. Now the 1-0. Pulls it foul into the Toronto dugout. Been a long day at the ballpark already. We had almost a 2-hour delay to start, and now we're 3 hours into this game. Still only in the 7th inning. 8-7 Toronto, but the Indians trying to mount another comeback to 1-1. And off the plate, 2 balls and a strike.
Yeah, he's mixed in that little breaking ball, but it hasn't been consistent, nor has he really thrown it for strikes. There you go. Spit on that high fastball. Now it goes to 3-1. You're going to see either a changeup, is my guess. And if he doesn't, he may throw one little cutter or something at you, or slider, but he's got to go to his bread and butter now. He's got to throw a strike, you would think, in this situation.
The 3-1. In the air to left. Granderson back. Makes the catch on the warning track. And the runners hold 2 down. Back in the 4th inning, Bradley Zimmer at the plate with runners at 2nd and 3rd, and he shot one right back up the middle to score 2. That was a big hit that got a lot of momentum rolling for the Indians. Batting here with 1st and 2nd and 2 down now in the 7th inning.
This could be his second time coming out to Clipper. He was out there before Kipnis got the at bat. Right back out there again.
The 0-1. Boy, he had one to hit and fouled it back. This is what you were talking about earlier, man. You get your pitch.
Boy, you got a fastball. It's right there. Then you can see
his reaction.
Yeah, you could see his reaction. He had a pitch to hit and he fouled it off. We've done that a lot. You know, especially when he throws so many changeups. If he was really looking for that fastball in that count, he should have hit it.
Clippard now one strike away from getting out of the mess. Oh, it gets away from Martin, and the runners both advance. Brantley into third, holds there, and the ball actually went over the screen, so he would not have been able to score anyway.
Got Martin's thumb too, it looks like, or his hand on the ball in the dirt. Watch it, bare hand, man, right off the thing, the crease of the thumb up there, and that hurts. You get bone bruise right there. So now, base hit, the Indians could have the lead.
Same situation Zimmer was in earlier now.
Except I don't know if he's got the same speed on the bases. Remember, Edwin on second.
That's very true. They'll have to get a really good jump. Oh, he got him looking. Indians strand a couple
in play.
In scoring position. And after 7, it's 8-7 Toronto.
Watching the Indians come back, take a 7-5 lead. The Blue Jays, though, have scored the last 3 runs. Jensen, we've seen a little bit of everything here today. The Indians, pretty good offense, but their pitching, especially the bullpen, has let them down again.
Now, Nick Goody heard all the best to him. We'll have the very latest on Indians Live postgame, but you're looking at possibly being shorthanded by maybe 1 or 2 arms for Game 2.
Indians Live is brought to you by Conrad's Tire Express and Total Car Care. Join us after this game and before Game 2. We'll take care of you right here on Sports Time Ohio. Back upstairs to Matt and Rick.
All right, we go now to the 8th inning. Indians down a run. Boy, an opportunity slips away from them in the 7th inning.
Yeah, and you certainly you don't want to take a called third when you have runners, at least a tying run and the go-ahead run in scoring position. You at least want to swing the bat.
Jason Kipnis stays in the ball game. He goes to second base, and Tyler Naquin now into the ball game is in right field. Curtis Granderson has walked twice, singled, and scored 2 runs. Zach McAllister he gave up the hit that allowed Toronto to take the lead, but the run charged to Nick Goody. Anderson chases, and it's 2-2. Throw it by him. 96. It's the strikeout. Back in the 6th inning, this tied the game for Toronto.
Yeah, that one just spun up there, and he sits on slider, and he did not miss that one. That tied the game up with a man aboard. That made it a 7-7 game. They were able to add one last inning, and it's an 8-7 ball game right now.
Yeah, what do you know? We were talking about it earlier. The guy that, missed all that time, comes off the DL. Boom. First game, 3 RBIs. Immediate impact.
Of course, you put him in that lineup. Well, he is a free agent at the end of the year. And, he's had some injury problems. He missed a good chunk of last year, and, coming into today's game, he had only played in 12 games. He had 46 at bats coming into this one, so he's missed more than the season, more than half to this point.
He's a guy, though, that I've heard him talk about his swing, and he generates a lot of power, but a lot of that power comes from the momentum that he gathers, and then he strides toward the pitcher, and he really fires those hips. He uses almost every ounce of his body. But man, he can generate some pop. Got him to go fish. Back-to-back strikeouts for Zach McAllister here in the 8th inning.
Well, the MLB Ballpark app is presented by KeyBank. The app lets you conveniently purchase, access, and forward your Indians tickets directly to your mobile device. Then have it scanned for entrance right at the ballpark. No need to print tickets.
2 down now for Teoscar Hernandez, 0 for 4 on the afternoon. Indians bullpen is quiet. It appears Toronto's is as well. Might add Nick Tepera up. Maybe just taking a breather. The 1-1. Up high. Yeah, and a strike is called. The string is out for Teoscar Hernandez. McAllister's payoff pitch. Line to deep right center field, and that is going to one-hop the wall. Actually, it looked like it hit right at the base of the fence. And he's into second base with the 2-out double.
Well, he put a good swing on the baseball and took it to right center field. Watch, off the plate. That ball was out, maybe off an inch or two off the outside corner, but he stayed back, and look at a pretty swing. He can generate some pretty good pop in that bat.
Yangervis Solarte started the day 3 for 3. He singled, doubled, singled again. He's driven in 2. He has scored. Eric Gonzalez took a hit away from him his last time up on a nice play in shallow right field with that shift on. Last time up, where you see second base, Gonzalez was all the way out in the shallow right field, more towards first base. He ended up making a play close to the line and had to make a long throw, but it was right on the money. Solarte swings the bat well. He's aggressive. Took a couple of hits the other way his first time up. The reason he's wearing the Band-Aid, if you joined us late, he going from second to third, he took a face plant into the dirt right before he got to third base. Didn't get his hands out.
One of the worst slides you've ever seen.
At first glance, it looked like he may have knocked himself unconscious.
Well, it's close. Look at this. Boom. And flipped, actually just rolled right on over. It sure was. That's like getting punched in the face by the ground.
Looked like he was dazed, but he stayed in the game.
Stayed in. It took him a while to get back out to play his defensive position.
And he just walked him on 4 pitches. So 2 on, 2 out, and Kevin Pillar coming up.
Well, on the homestand, which has been a long one, opposition 2-out hitting. Today they're 6 for 12. Are the Toronto Blue Jays, and overall they're hitting .331 with 2 outs. And right now the Indians can ill afford to give up another run. They're already down 1. You don't want to increase it anymore.
Ben Taylor getting up again. He was up earlier.
Carl Willis just trying to bide some time and sit down. So McAllister's going to get his chance for Kevin Pillar.
Each team has 2 mound visits left. But as we get to this point in the game, those almost become inconsequential. Fastball strike to Pillar. He singled and scored the last run of this game in the 7th.
There you go. Good fastball, then the breaking ball to get ahead of him. Now you put him away.
Squibbed up the first base side, but that's going to stay foul.
Boy, tied him up nicely
Yeah,
there
he did.
too. That's when you wanted to see in fair territory.
able to get a piece of that high fastball. And again, he's staying alive. Carlos Carrasco started today for the Indians. He lasted 5 1/3. Made 113 pitches. Ultimately charged with 6 runs on the afternoon. Nick Goody came on in relief, pitched 2/3 of an inning. He left with an elbow injury. And then McAllister gone an inning and a third to this point. And the 0-2. Just outside, and the runner breaks to third.
All right, fell asleep right there. Ramirez did, Gomes did, and he took off and he stopped and then kept going.
Teoscar Hernandez with his 3rd steal.
Watch this. Nobody moved. You talk about being flat-footed. Nobody covered. They didn't move. You couldn't make a throw. We'll give him a stolen base. Fell asleep.
Now the 1-2. Line by Ramirez. Down the line it goes. Hernandez scores. Solarte into third, and Kevin Pillar delivers a 2-out RBI single to make it 9-7 Toronto.
Do the breaking ball. Curveball by McAllister. He keeps it inside the bag, and it gets by. You can see that's that spike curve that he's been throwing recently. And does Ramirez get? Yeah, he got a little piece of leather that goes off of it. So now that'll remove Zach McAllister, and Tito's going to go back out to his bullpen again.
Timeout here in Cleveland. It's now 9-7 Toronto. Indians were down 5-0. They came back with one big inning to take a 7-5 lead, but since then Toronto has scored the next 4 runs. 2-run homer by Josh Donaldson in the 6th. 2-out RBI single by Lourdes Gurriel in the 7th, and a 2-out RBI double by Kevin Pillar here in the 8th.
Well, they've scored in 5 of the 8 innings, and the Indians have scored that. They had their big inning, you know, that big 7-run inning. But you mentioned when Toronto in their wins, they have pounded the baseball.
Yeah.
They average 7 runs. Well, they have 9 on the board, so they don't quit either. They keep coming at you until you get that last out.
And 4 of their 9 runs today coming with 2 outs.
Yeah, that's been an issue here. A lot of 2-out runs this year by Indians pitching. Well, it's still a manageable game. If you get a guy on you, you can bring the tying run to the plate because you're down to 6 outs. But anything more than that, it's going to be tough. You've got 2 guys out there right now. Hopefully you can leave them stranded.
Ben Taylor. Trying to get out of the mess. Indians got Taylor off the waiver wire in February. Just got the call up yesterday. Swung on and missed. He struck him out to end the inning. Nice job by Ben Taylor. But Toronto adds a run. They lead at 9-7, middle of the 8th. Forward. Indians are hoping Carlos Carrasco would bounce back from that short outing against Seattle. He struggled again here today. He did gut his way through 5 1/3. And offensively, the Indians have had one big inning. It was an awesome inning. They sent 12 men to the plate and scored 7 runs on 7 hits. But that's been it. And they're going to need to rally here if they want to pull out a victory. Nick Tepera on for Toronto, and it will be the bottom of the order for the Indians. Tyler Naquin will get his first at bat of the game, and then Frankie Lindor and Rajay Davis.
He got it started in that 9th inning against Texas with the leadoff single right back up the middle to get that 4-run inning going.
And foul back. Naquin quickly in the hole. 0-2. Bounced one in.
You need that base runner aboard to get that tying run to the plate. You know who you're going to see in the 9th inning. Ozuna.
The 1-2. And just a bit up and away. Russell Martin saying, I liked it. But home plate umpire Mark Carlson did not.
Well, that's been his favorite part of the plate. They wanted it in a little more, and that ball ran away.
Now Tapera with the 2-2. And Naquin had a big rip at 94 miles an hour, but a foul back. Kansas City beat Detroit earlier today 10-6 at Kauffman Stadium. Yankees outlasted Houston 6-5.
But they scored 3 in the 9th to come back after Houston took the lead.
The Yankees are
They're playing
some
well.
kind of run. What is that, 12 out of 13?
Yeah.
2-2. Oh, he went. Struck him out. One down here in the 8th.
This is a little slide piece here. You see him throwing that baseball, changed the eye level after the high fastball, and he could not check his swing. He went after it. Out number 1 here in the 8th.
That will bring up Francisco Lindor. He singled in the 3rd, hit a 3-run homer in the 4th. Way out in front. 1-1. Lindor crushes the ball to deep center field. It is long gone. And it's a 1-run game as Frankie hits his 7th home run of the season, his 2nd of the afternoon.
Well, that bat is getting quick for Lindor, and he smoked that ball into right center field. Be an outfielder now, you just sit and look at that one. That had some distance to it. 3rd career multi-home run game. And watch this. Oh man, right down into the nitro zone. He knew it was gone. Everybody did. Just by the sound of the bat. All right, now you can make it a 1-run ball game, and a tying run comes into the box every time.
Yesterday he hit one. They measured 444 feet. That one wasn't quite that long, but
it was harder.
It was smashed.
Yes, it was.
Now Rajay Davis in a 1-run game. A little late. Strike 1. Rajay singled in the 4th inning. He has a stolen base, the 400th of his career. That was a low fastball, low and away, and he swung and missed as it went to the backstop. He missed that one by a good foot. Way outside again. To 3rd. Backhanded there by Donaldson. He has to hurry. His throw is not in time. Rajay beats it out, and the Indians have the tying run aboard.
They're going to take a look at it. I know Gibbons is over there saying, hold on a second, we got to get a look. And that's been the issue for Josh Donaldson, is that shoulder and throwing the baseball. But Davis is running, and he's running hard. He goes down to a knee and gets up quickly. makes the long throw, and is he? Oh, that's a tough look. I mean, more.
No challenge from Toronto.
Oh, okay, good.
So here we go, and 1 on and 1 out, and Jose Ramirez to the plate. Jose 0 for 3. He walked and scored in the 4th. One thing about base stealers, he's in a rundown, and they got him.
He was caught in between, taking that one extra step when he threw to first base, and he picked him off. He wanted to go. Watch, he was just getting ready to go, and he got caught in between. He held the ball just long enough to where Raj took that a couple extra steps and picked him clean.
So 2 down, and Jose Ramirez. Hey, that's the life of a base stealer. You're not, you're going to get caught sometimes, but boy, when you get caught, it just kind of sucks the life out. It's like the momentum just stops.
Well, he hustled his way to beat out an infield hit. He wanted to try and steal a run, man. He wanted to get himself in scoring position, but you have to make sure he's going to go home. He knows better than that.
Second time today he's been caught.
Well, in talking about him getting caught, remember I brought up Ricky Henderson earlier? Ricky Henderson was caught stealing 335 times in his career. It's part of the game, right?
Absolutely.
The 2-0. He was caught more than most guys will ever dream of stealing.
Right. Well, today he gets his 400th steal. Talk about Raj. Ricky was thrown out 335 times.
You think about it this way. When he gets on and you're down and he goes out and you want him to steal a base, and he does, it's great. Everybody loves him. So when he gets picked off, you can't say anything because he's one of the best at what he's doing.
Absolutely.
He was trying to get himself into scoring position. The one thing you got to remember, though, you got the middle of your lineup hitting. I mean, one swing of the bat, you could take the lead.
And as he has said, the one thing Ricky Henderson has always told him is always be aggressive. If you're going to be a base stealer, you have to be aggressive, whether it's the first inning or 8th inning.
Right.
You got to be aggressive with what you're doing.
You'd be much angrier if he got to first base and never made a move towards second.
Well, in the situation, though, with this hitter hit, you want it. I would rather have him stay there a little bit to give this guy a chance to hit one out.
Missed inside, ball 4. So the Indians once again get the tying run aboard. Now there are 2 down, and Michael Brantley coming to the plate. And Brantley has 2 hits on the afternoon. He has singled, doubled, and scored a run. Cody Allen is up in the Cleveland bullpen. Solarte all the way down into the corner. Ramirez racing around third. Sarbaugh will wave him home. Throw goes to second. Brantley's running around the bag trying to draw the throw. They've tied the game, but the inning is now over. So Michael Brantley delivers with an RBI double to tie the game at 9, but then is thrown out after he rounded second base. So the Indians once again claw their way back. We are even at 9 as we head to the 9th. Is presented by authority of the Cleveland Indians and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cleveland Indians. Celebrating Jackie Robinson today after we were rained out back on April 15th. And we've had a wild one. 9-9 as we go to the 9th inning. Cody Allen coming on for the Indians. And what a wild play to end the bottom of the 8th inning, when Michael Brantley smashed one to first. And Yangervis Solarte, he just whiffed on it. And it was ruled an error by the official scorer. Our Pat O'Brien Chevrolet play of the game gets Ramirez home. But then the throw doesn't go to the cutoff man. He throws it back to second, and they end up getting Brantley because, Arch, I'm assuming he's expecting the throw to go to the cutoff.
You got to go think that guy's going to try to score. You're set up. The relay's set up that way. He threw to second base. Should have thrown to the cutoff man. Brantley was thinking that, but he should not. He should look around and look at his coach and look behind him. But you know what? I got to see another replay. I'm not sure that guy at first even saw the baseball. You know, because he didn't catch it. There it is. He whiffs on it. I know the ball was hit hard, but that's down by him. So I don't know. But they tie it up. It's a 9-9 game.
Yeah. And Cody Allen, who just a couple of days ago went out and threw 41 pitches. That was on April 30th against the Rangers. So that was 3 days ago. But even with that, Cody showed up the next day and told Tito, if you need me, I'm available. To which Tito said, thank you, but no. It's all about the long haul. But that's the mentality that these guys have come to embrace, and that is accountability and dependability. So for Cody, it's not a save situation, it's a hold 'em situation, and see if his guys can rally. He's got the bottom third of the order. Henry Morales 0 for 4 on the day. Got him. Breaking ball struck him out looking.
There you go. See the breaking ball and a good one, and a dandy. It locked him up. Strikeout for Cody.
Fastball strike to Aledmus Diaz, who walked his only time up. In the air, right field, Naquin makes the catch.
Now batting for the Blue Jays, second baseman, Lourdes Gurriel Jr.
Lourdes Gurriel, 3 hits on the afternoon, a couple of singles, a double, an RBI, and a run scored.
Got it both working today, the heater and the hook. Pretty sharp and efficient. 8 pitches, 7 strikes.
Two down, top of the 9th. 1-1 pitch. Fouled off to the right. Scheduled doubleheader here today between the Indians and the Blue Jays, a makeup from a washed out weekend in mid-April. Now the 1-2. Fouled right back. It was 73 at game time. It's been a warm, humid afternoon. One that has produced a ton of offense. A little low, 2-2. 18 runs combined, 26 hits. And 16 men combined left on base. Cody with the 2-2. And he couldn't tempt him. Full count. Now the payoff pitch. Challenged him with that fastball and a foul right back.
Yeah, he wants to end it right here, man. Get that third out. Give your offense an opportunity. So he's pounded the strike zone tonight. 14 pitches, 10 strikes. Looking for that last one right here.
Low, ball 4. I know he only came in with 38 at bats, but Gurriel certainly does not look like a .211 hitter, and that's what his average was.
Be patient. You're right. He stands in that batter's box. He looks pretty strong.
Looks like he knows what he's doing.
Yes, he does.
Curtis Granderson back to the top of the order. He's walked twice, he has singled, and he has also struck out twice. Indians put a shift on. 3 on the right side. Kipnis goes to shallow right field. And Granderson fouling it back. Strike 1. Check to swing, and it's 1-1. Granderson's base hit in the 6th inning stopped an 0 for 11 slide at the dish. Came in batting .290 against right-handed pitching. Down and in.
See, he has a good eye at that plate. He takes a lot of close pitches to get himself. He works a count very well. Cody, very tough on left-handed pitchers. When you look at it, a 192 average on the year. They're 5 for 26. But Granderson doesn't stray from that strike zone.
Former Central Division foe, many years with the Tigers. That was at the start of his career. Then he went to the Yankees. Spent 2010 through most of 2017 in pinstripes. Three 1 pitch. Seems like if it's a 3-team trade, the Diamondbacks are part of it.
Isn't that the truth?
And he was part of a 3-team trade, Granderson, back in 2009. It was after that season. The Yankees sent Ian Kennedy to the Diamondbacks. The Yankees sent Austin Jackson to the Tigers. And Arizona sent Daniel Schlereth and Max Scherzer to Detroit.
Ooh.
Edwin Jackson also ended up going from Detroit to Arizona in that deal. A lot of players moving directions. Runner at first is off. 3-2 pitch. Ball 4. And there's that good eye you were talking about. Back-to-back walks by Cody Allen with 2 out here in the 9th. And now you got to face Josh Donaldson again.
Well, Granderson, he makes you get in the strike zone.
Third baseman Josh Donaldson.
And another long inning for Cody. And Yan Gomes is going to go out, and the Indians will be left with 1 mound visit remaining.
Well, it won't matter if they can get this last out here. I mean, this is going to be interesting in game 2. What kind of pitchers they have left out of that bullpen with the situation and circumstances that happened this afternoon. Adam Plutko is going to be the 26th man. He'll start game 2. But we got to finish game 1, depending on how long this game may go.
That's a great point.
Should Cody Allen, let's hope he can get out of this right here.
Josh Donaldson, 2 hits today in 5 trips. RBI double in the 4th, 2-run homer in the 6th.
Cody came in firing nothing but strikes. The first 2 batters he faced, he had 7 pitches. The last 2 batters, 14 pitches, 2 walks, and there you go. Stay in play.
Gomes to the on-deck circle. Makes the grab. Inning over. We're going to the bottom of the 9th. Edwin Encarnacion will lead it off. Yesterday, a 3-homer afternoon. 1 is all they need now. One here this afternoon, 9-9 as we go to the bottom of the 9th inning. And Francisco Lindor with a 2-homer afternoon.
That was the 3-pointer. Bounces into the seats, but this was a vicious line drive. He hit that one. Look at that, 111 miles per hour, 445 feet. You know, Matty, it looked like he hit it one yesterday farther.
It did. The one yesterday hit the back of the upper bullpen.
Well, they said Trout hit one 500 and something feet, but that was right down the line, and it didn't look that far when I saw the replay.
It was a long way.
Yeah, they're both long. It doesn't matter. They count as home runs, so forget the distance. We're the Tribe looking for one to end this one. Encarnacion, Gomes, and Kipnis.
Sonwon Oh has allowed a batter to reach base in 12 of his 14 appearances, so that's good news for the Indians. South Korean native. That's outside, ball one. Edwin takes fastball for a strike. Low, and that one got away from Russell Martin. 2 balls and a strike. High pop up. Shallow right, in comes Hernandez. 1 down. And that's going to bring up Yan Gomes as Dan Otero begins to loosen. Gomes walked in the second. He flied to center in the fourth, grounded to second base later that same inning, and struck out his last time up in the seventh. Bottom of the strike zone, called a strike to even the count of 1-1. And a good high fastball. That was the perfect location, just above the hitting zone for Gomes. Foul right back.
Staying alive.
One-two pitch. That's low. Now the 2-2. And a foul right back. Gomes putting up a pretty good battle here. And he struck him out. Two down here in the bottom of the ninth. Jason Kipnis, the batter, is 0 for 1. He flied to left his only time up in the 7th inning when he came on as a pinch hitter. With a scheduled doubleheader, Terry Francona trying to juggle this thing so that you're trying to put a team out there in both games that gives you a chance to win, but you try to balance who needs maybe a little breather in here and there.
Yeah, and we can't forget the way the schedule's been. I mean, this has been a long. We started that consecutive game streak in Baltimore, if you remember, after they came from Puerto Rico on that off day. They're going to go until Monday.
I believe it was supposed to be 18 games in 17
That's
days.
exactly what it is. Well, they've got another one after this. We go to New York, play 3, and they'll be off Monday in Milwaukee before they start the 2-game series and head right home. But no telling how long this is going to take.
0-2 count. Sonwan Oh delivers. It's outside. Foul back. He was given the nickname Dol Buchio in Korea by the fans, which means Stone Buddha. He's got nerves of steel, they say. The 1-2 upstairs, 2-2. Pitching here in a tie game with 2 down in the bottom of the ninth. And the 2-2 pitch to Kipnis. Fouled right back. He's thrown 18 pitches. 12 of them have been strikes. Popped up Encarnacion, struck out Gomes. He had Kipnis 0-2.
Working his way into the count.
And a slow curveball is hit high in the air. Right center field. Teoscar Hernandez will make the catch. And we've got extra innings in game 1 of a doubleheader. Nine through 9. Dan Otero will be the 12th pitcher of this game. Each team has now used 6 pitchers in all. And so Dan Otero will face the 3, 4, and 5 hitters for Toronto. Teoscar Hernandez, Jan Hervis Solarte, and Kevin Pillar. Here in inning number 10. Just getting home from work or joined us late. Toronto jumped out to a 5-0 lead in the 4th inning. And then the Indians came back in the bottom of the 4th with a 7-run inning, their biggest inning of the year. Highlighted by a Francisco Lindor 3-run homer. They took a 7-5 lead, kept it until the 6th when Josh Donaldson tied it with a 2-run homer. And then Toronto scratched out a couple of runs to take a 9-7 lead. But in the bottom of the 8th, the Indians got another home run from Lindor and a 2-out. Well, whatever. They ruled it an error, but it was a 2-out bullet by Michael Brantley that tied the game at 9. And so now here we are in the 10th.
Looking at both these teams have played 3 extra inning games. The Indians, they lost their 3rd. They're 0-3 in extra innings against Texas, and Toronto is 3-0 in their extra inning games.
The Indians are left with Tyler Olson and Jeff Beliveau in the bullpen. They lost Nick Goody to an arm injury during the 6th inning. I'm sorry, that was the 7th inning. Swung out and missed. Otero strikes him out. Jan Hervey's Solarte's had a good day at the plate. 3 hits, single, double. Drove in a couple of runs. Also a face plant.
Oh, yes, indeed.
Cost him a little skin off his nose.
But drove in a pair there. He ended up walking in his last at bat. 9 runs, 14 hits, 1 error, and 11 left for Toronto. 9 runs, 12 hits, no errors, and 7 left for the Indians.
Not a bad pitch, just a little high. 2-2.
Yeah, he's keeping him from leaning out over the plate trying to get that sinker. So he's got to straighten him up a little bit. Change up.
The 2-2. He drills it to deep left center field. Back is Rajay, won't get it. Short hops the wall. Zimmer grabs it with a bare hand. Good throw to second base, and they got him. Oh, what a throw by Bradley Zimmer. And what made the play is how he grabbed it, I believe, with his bare hand and just turned and fired a rocket to second.
That's a terrific play. That should be, you would think, an automatic double. It gets to the wall, but it comes right back. And Zimmer's done this a number of times. He just barehanded it, and I mean fired a seed. I'm surprised to see him go head first after the way he slid the first time that we showed you earlier. But that is an outstanding play by Zimmer and a perfect throw. Kipnis gets the ball, and he just turn around and wait for him to slide into the glove. Really well done.
Got the tag on him.
Yeah, had great throw there. Instead of having a man at second base, 1 out, and an opportunity to try and take the lead.
So we've had in all 18 runs, 27 hits, 22 strikeouts, a dozen pitchers used, 5 stolen bases, and 2 outfield assists for the Indians, 1 for Toronto.
Now that you put it that way, now you know why it's a 4-hour game. It was an 18-runner stranded.
Yeah, let's not leave out the left on base because it could have been more lopsided early. Carlos Carrasco worked out of some
he did
jams in both the second and third innings. 2-2. Oh my. That looked like a really good pitch.
Close. But the fish weren't biting there, nor was the umpire.
Another foul out of play. That throw by Bradley Zimmer gives him 4 outfield assists. That's tied for the most in the American League.
Yeah, he has an outstanding arm.
Chop to Lindor at short. Pulled him off the bag, and Encarnacion couldn't get the tag on him, and Pilar is safe at first.
Well, that'll be an error on Lindor. You know, he took his time, nice hop, and he gets underneath it and takes Encarnacion off the base, and you see there he goes. He goes down head first, trying to avoid the tag and get underneath it, and he was able to do that because he wasn't touched with the baseball. So a 2-out error keeps this inning going.
And Russell Martin gets a chance to bat. 1 for 5 on the day. His 2-run homer started the scoring way back in the second. That gives each team an error now officially on the day. Now the 1-1. Swung on and missed. Had him out in front. Throw to first. But back in time was Pilar.
Well, Edwin not accustomed, let's put it this way, to playing over there and waiting for Gomes to throw because he loves it. And you can see his footwork's a little slow. He wasn't really expecting that.
John Gibbons looking on with the go-ahead run at first. 2 down here in the 10th. And Otero keeping an eye on Kevin Pilar.
Well, Pilar's stolen a base already today. He's stolen 6 this year, and he has not been caught yet. So you have to keep an eye on him. Hit him.
So now there are 2 on with 2 out, as Russell Martin will go to first.
This one's going to take off and run in, and it keeps running in as you see him gets on the right arm, just under the elbow, the forearm there.
Kenry Morales, the batter. He is 0 for 5 on the afternoon. And Otero gets ahead with a first pitch strike. And now he's got him down 0-2. popped him up left center. Out goes Lindor. In comes Rajay, and he makes the catch to retire the side. We'll go to the bottom of the 10th. Toronto strands a pair, still tied at 9. Bottom of the 10th, but what a defensive play he made. His 4th assist of the year.
Boy, no question about it. Plays it beautifully off the wall coming, and it short hops. One hop to him with the bare hand and fires a strike to get Solarte out at second base. Really a beautiful play, and that was a second out in the inning. Paid dividends right there.
Well, let's see. Toronto, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. They began the day with a 9-man bullpen. And Tim Meza is the 7th pitcher to work here this afternoon. So they still have Ramirez remaining,
Loop,
and Osuna, right? Oh, and Loop. Yeah.
and Loop, yeah.
Oh, that's right, because he's the 6th bullpen guy. 1, 2, yeah, 6 bullpen guys. So they still have 3 left in their pen. He's the first left-hander we've seen since the starter, Garcia, left in the 4th inning. Usually the first guy out of the bullpen is a left-hander against the Indians.
Most of the time, you're right.
Way out in front of it. 1 and 2 the count. Now the 1-2. Zimmer punches one to center. Back goes Pilar and makes the catch. 1 away. A little quick recap. Jan Hervey's Solarte with a 2-run single with 2 outs in the 4th inning was 5-0. Indians with a 7-run 4th, biggest inning of the year. 3-run shot by Lindor. But the Blue Jays came back. 2-run homer by Josh Donaldson tied it in the 6th. They went ahead 9-7 in the 8th, but in the bottom of the 8th, Indians get a home run from Lindor, and that ball off the bat of Brantley tied the game, and that's where we are. As Naquin with a base hit in a right field. He's going to try to go for 2. Hernandez's throw is in time, and they got him. If he held on to the ball, he did, but he's hurt. That was Aledmus Diaz. Naquin went in there with a full head of steam. And I don't know what happened on the collision, but Aledmus Diaz immediately ran out of there and just dropped his glove.
Well, with his momentum going head first, he must have just jammed his thumb or something, because he went head first, and I don't know if it was his helmet or his head that hit him right there, but he took the brunt of it. He slowed Naquin down. You know, he was testing him anyway, because Hernandez came in quickly to get it. Now watch, he's straddling, and it looked like his arm got caught. His helmet hit him in the leg.
Yeah, I was going to say, Tyler looked like
I mean, he boom, he put a knee down in front of the base, and that's what you do when you go head first. But let's see if the hand gets caught. There's the tag.
Didn't look that bad,
against his leg. No, I don't know, but it may be his wrist.
Yeah, maybe
turn.
He's already got something that he's dealing with, and then maybe that just
something happened. I'll tell you that. He dropped that glove in a hurry.
That's going to be it for Diaz, it looks like, huh? Or is he going to try to gut it out? No, sir. Or no, yeah, he is going to stay in there. Yeah, they don't really have another infielder left. It's getting down to the nitty-gritty here. A war of attrition, if you will. You don't have a problem with Naquin, you know, hustling there.
Yes, I do. It's in front of him, and it's, you know, it's a good hustle, but you got to make it. You can't get thrown out, man. One base at a time with the game on the line. He had the play right in front of him. I know he was trying to hustle and make a very good play. I respect that. But when you come up and you're thrown out, and he was thrown out by a pretty good portion. You want that man on base. You're coming into the hottest hitter you have right now with Lindor. You don't run into base running mistakes. You don't give out on bases. I mean, he was hustling, and I like that. But now you got to use your head. It was okay. It was knocked down a little bit. But there's the runner right there. If he felt he could make it, okay, but he didn't.
Lindor has homered twice in the game. Oh, and he chased a fastball up high. Pretty good heater. And it's 0-2. He's down on strikes. The Indians are out. We go to the 11th. Tied at 9. Even the fans are getting tired. 9-9 ball game. Tyler Olson coming on. That leaves one man standing in the bullpen, and that's fellow left-hander Jeff Beliveau. Olson's 14th appearance of the year. And the problem for Tito is that Toronto doesn't have many left-handed hitters.
No,
so
that's
it's not
true.
like these guys are really matchup specialists. In this, at this point, he's just hoping they can get outs and extend the game.
Well, go figure, though. Look who's leading off, Diaz. And I figured that, you know, after he just hurt his wrist and took that the brunt of that slide by Tyler Naquin, he's coming up leading off. That's like when the catchers take foul tips off their hand and something like that. Then the next thing you know,
you're up. Get up there.
Yeah,
boom.
you got to go hit. Well, I can't even feel the bat yet.
Diaz, native of Cuba, fouls that pitch off. Didn't show any signs that wrist is still bothering him on that swing. He defected from Cuba 6 years ago. Way out in front, 1-2. Diaz eventually signed with the St. Louis Cardinals. 2016 had a really good year for the Cards. 111 games, he batted .300, hit 17 homers. But the next season, only 79 games played, hit .259.
He's got surprising power.
And he was ultimately traded to the Blue Jays for outfielder J.B. Woodman.
The one game we did play in that Toronto series in April, he went deep to center field. I think he hit a 3-run homer.
Yeah, 3-run homer in the 4th inning, as Toronto would go on to win that game 8-4. It was another close game, though. They scored 3 in the 9th to pull away. It was a 1-run game going into the 9th. The recently designated for assignment Matt Belisle gave up 3 runs in that fateful inning. Down on strikes goes Diaz, 1 down.
Now to the plate for the Blue Jays.
There you go, change up out of the zone.
Lourdes Gurriel. He and his brother, Yuli Gurriel, who plays for the Astros, they were teammates in Cuba. Chop to third. I was going to finish the thought. They were teammates in Cuba, even though they're 9 years difference in age.
Yeah, they play for the national team there, and it doesn't matter age limit, right?
Yeah.
You can play. Yep.
Going to get a pinch hitter, it looks like. Let's see who is left on their bench.
A pinch hitter for Toronto for Granderson.
It hasn't been announced yet, but it's Luke Maley. He's got to be the only guy left, right? I'm looking at my sheet. Oh, Dwight Smith Jr. was called up today. So he is also still on the bench. He's an outfielder, though. So the thinking probably is that Maley gets an at-bat here, but then Smith will go in the game defensively for Granderson.
Yeah.
done a great job in the 11 games he's played in. He's batted .341. You might wonder, like, man, why would you take out Curtis Granderson, your leadoff guy, speed guy? Well, this year he's batted just .143 against left-handed pitching. So maybe John Gibbons feels like, you know, at this point in the game, we're trying to catch lightning in a bottle. Something good to happen. He ends up drawing a walk, so he's aboard.
Well, too, remember there's one more game after this, and you would think Maley may be the catcher in game 2, but you know, maybe I'll take Martin out now, put him into that catcher's role, and then put the other guy, the last man they have in the outfield right now for Granderson. We'll see.
Yeah. Well, Josh Donaldson, the batter. This is the 4th time today. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4th time today the Indians have walked the leadoff man, with Josh Donaldson coming up next. And he just smoked one deep to left. That's going to one-hop the wall in the corner. Look out. This is going to be tough. Maley's coming around third. They're going to have to hold him. Good job by Rajay Davis to get to it and fire a perfect throw to Lindor.
Look, no matter how, you know, the third base coach, Louis Rivera over there, he wanted to send that guy, but you can't do it. It's a catcher. You can't force him to do something. You know, he's not blessed with speed, and that would have been a tough guy. Even if the guy could run, I think he would have taken a chance maybe, but Davis gets to it quickly, gets it in. You can't have that run thrown out there. So he cuts it off. Look, that's his best. He's giving you 100%, and that's all you can ask, and it's okay. You just stay put. So that's the 3rd hit for Donaldson in this ball game, and out comes Carl Willis. Yeah, 2 outs. You get the first 2 outs. That's what happens. You know, it makes it a lot tougher to score. But they have already left 13 stranded. They have 2 more out there right now in the top half of the 11th inning. So Gomes is going to talk to Olson. Solarte on deck is a switch hitter.
Teoscar Hernandez. Inside 2-0. Jeff Beliveau, the only man remaining in the Cleveland bullpen. So right now it is up to Tyler Olson.
I'm waiting to see another Indians uniform show up. This is shades of the 19-inning game we played a couple of years ago in Toronto.
Well, to your point, because of the rain, when this game started, we had Trevor Bauer and Mike Clevenger were throwing bullpens out.
Oh, they were? They already threw them? Okay. So they're done throwing them. So that's what happened that one day. They never threw their bullpen. So Bauer came up and pitched 5 innings in that game. So they didn't really want to deal with Hernandez there. So that's almost like they pitched around him for the walk. But now it loads the bases.
And you just walk the bases loaded to get to a guy who has 4 hits today.
From the other side of the plate. And with Solarte, he's a .216 hitter from the right side, a .250 hitter from the left. But he has, you know, in his 37 at bats, 3 homers, 7 ribbies.
Yeah, 4 homers from the left side, 3 homers from the right side. So the power is pretty evenly distributed for Solarte. Natives are getting restless.
Yeah, the 2-out walk, then a double, then a walk. So they don't like the free passes.
Well, now Olsen really has put himself in a tough spot. Nowhere to put him. And Solarte can be extremely selective here. And he just crushes one high and deep left field, and it is a grand slam.
What a game for Solarte.
His 5th hit of the afternoon, and the grand slam gives Toronto a huge lift, and they lead it 13-9. My goodness.
All with coming with 2 outs, another 2-out home run by the Tribe's pitching staff.
Well, this all started with 2 outs and nobody on base.
I know it. I know it. And 4 runs are in after a couple walks, man. There you go. Middle end. He turned on it, gave it a ride.
Yangervis Solarte. He would gladly trade a little skin off his nose for the kind of day he's had.
No kidding. He has 6 RBIs. He scored a couple of runs. He has 5 hits. He's been on base 6 times out of the 7 at bats. He's had a week in the first game of a doubleheader.
Yes, indeed. Clobbered to deep right. Back is Naquin at the wall. Oh, what a catch by Tyler Naquin, and he holds on. Slamming hard into the wall in deep right field. This is going to end the inning. But the damage done on the grand slam. Naquin risking life and limb to make that catch.
Well, he takes the ball the other way in his first 2 at bats. He hits a single and a double. Then he comes up and, oh, that's the one he wants to forget, that slide. And then he drives in a pair of runs back in the 4th inning. So he was on fire. And he doesn't stop there. Had another single, although it was a great play by Zimmer. And there's the backbreaker right there with a grand slam. After 2 were out, nobody was on. A walk, a double, a walk, and a dinger. And we are sitting at 13-9 right now.
Rajay Davis sends a high fly ball to right field. Teoscar Hernandez makes the catch, 1 down. Roberto Osuna trying to finish this game for the Blue Jays. Dwight Smith stays in the game in left field as we presumed. The 1-2 is down at the back foot of Ramirez. Almost hit him on the toe.
He's saying go ahead and check it.
He's saying he got hit. The umpire is not.
Yeah, knowing him though, Jose would usually say no. Yeah, it did. It deflected off his leg. It sure did. There's your base runner right there. It sure did.
Hit him.
That's why he didn't
by the
catch
shin,
it.
huh?
He wanted him to check. Watch. Yeah, hit him right there on that sock where the stripe is. Not the lower one, the solid one, but the one above it. Sure did. That's why the catcher Martin couldn't catch it. It deflected off his leg. Now, knowing Jose, normally I would think he wanted to stay up there and hit, but you know, you need base runners here, so he said, it got me. He's giving his bat away to the bat boy. And it's easy to see. Shouldn't take long. There it is. Okay, go to first. He knew it.
Ladies and gentlemen.
So Ramirez is aboard with 1 out. And we're going to get Michael Brantley to the plate as the Indians try to pull another rabbit out of the hat.
Batting down for the Pride, Michael Brantley.
Brantley 2 hits on the afternoon. His last bullet was ruled an error on the first baseman. He hit it hard. It was a weird deal in that Solarte, the first baseman, just never got a glove on it.
I'd be curious to see if anybody asked him about that ball there. I don't know, at that time the sun was out a little bit. He might not even have seen the ball.
Brantley slugs one up the alley in right center field. That'll go to the warning track. Into third base is Ramirez. Brantley head first into second with a double. And don't go away. The Indians aren't done yet.
That's a third hit for Michael. And a really nice swing on the fastball. into right center field. So they got a pair on right now, and they're not going to go easy.
It's one thing I know Tito loves about this group, going back to the last couple of years, is they doesn't matter what the situation of the score is, they tend to always fight right to the final out.
They sure do.
May not always work out in their favor, but how many times do we see games where it's like, wow, this looks like it's over, and yet then they end up with a tying run at the plate.
Yeah. Looks like Yonder Alonso's coming into the on-deck circle too.
Edwin, he wanted that one.
Well, he's going to have to battle. He's down 0-2. Michael Brantley was down 0-2.
Osuna delivers, and Edwin smashes one into center field. That's going to get 2 runs home. It's now 13-11, and the tying run will come to the plate.
You know, the amazing thing there is he threw 2 heaters right by Edwin, and then they go for the breaking ball, and it really speeds up his bat and does him a favor. Look at that. That stayed right there, and Eddie was sitting back there looking for a breaking ball. I guarantee it, man. And he drives it past. You can see by the time Gurriel went over there and tried to make that play, couldn't do it. He was the second baseman on that side. So they get it. They get 2 on the board. It's 13-11. The Tribe's not done yet. One swing of the bat could tie this thing back up.
And now Yonder Alonso gets his first at bat of the afternoon. Pinch hitting for Yan Gomes, and he went too far.
Yes,
and that's strike 1. He might be a little amped up trying to pull the Indians out of the fire once again here. Fouled back.
3rd straight hitter he's had down 0-2. Now comes the switch. Donaldson going over the shortstop, and they're telling Diaz to get over on that side.
They were going to switch, and they said, no, you stay, you go over there. The 0-2. And Alonso down swinging. 2 down. And the Indians' last hope is Jason Kipnis. Kipnis has flied to left, flied to right since he came on as a pinch hitter in the 7th inning. Toronto not going to hold Edwin. They'll let him go to second if he should so choose. Fly ball to center field will end the game. Toronto survives a wild first game of a doubleheader. 13-11 is the final score. Winning pitcher is Tim Meza. His 2nd major league win. He's 1-0 on the year. Tyler Olson suffers the loss. He's 0-1 for Cleveland. With the win, Toronto is now 18-13 on the year. The Indians dropped to 16-14. Man, this game had a little bit of everything here this afternoon.
A little bit. It had everything and then some. You know, it was one of those games where, you know, you go figure. They're coming in. It's an off day for both teams. We're playing a doubleheader from earlier in the month. And it was one of those games that, you know what, it's almost like you could say something like that's going to happen.
And it was played in a snappy 4 hours and 47 minutes.
Hey, and don't worry. We got a half-hour break. We'll be back again. So, hey, I can't wait. We're going to be set right back up.
We got a lot of baseball here this afternoon. Toronto wins the opener 13-11. We'll be back with game 2 coming up in a little bit. Al, Jensen, where do you start with this one?
Oh boy, great question, man. Yeah, that's for sure. There's so much to talk about here. The Indians down 5-0. They come back, they take the lead, they go down again, they come back, they force extra innings. Both teams' bullpens have been fried right now. It's going to be interesting to see what happens in this game 2, Jensen.
This is a worst case scenario if you're either of these managers, knowing that you had to go through so many guys. Well, if you're Adam Plutko, get on it, big boy.
You're going to get a lot of pitches here in the second game. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he's coming off 7 2/3 perfect innings in Indianapolis on Saturday. We'll see what he does today in game 2. All right, we have Indians Live coming up for you next to take care of you between game 1 and game 2 here. In game 1, the Blue Jays win it 13-11 in extras. The Indians will try to avoid the sweep to Toronto coming up in about a half an hour. Make sure you keep it right here, though, on Sports Time Ohio. Indians Live next.